Hello, everyone. Welcome.
Just put some lyrics there.
Head rush, see I'm out on the lam without a single accusation, though I know I'm to blame. And I feel closer to the edge of myself, health, wealth, and happiness are clouding over. Discover that when I breathe out and gaze down on these ruins of broken hearts and unhurt bodies, I'll begin to discern that if I leave these things that I learned as a child, begin to spiral in a cycle that will never recover another. Now I know that I've become something less than what I know. I know I won't be let alone tonight. I think I want a fresh start. I'm running from a loveless unknown. I want a fresh start. I'm running from a 4-foot criminal. Yeah, I wanna see a lunatic 'cause finally lost his hold on me. And soon she'll arrive and she's gonna bring you to your knees. Turn away from those eyes 'cause you know she only ever leaves. Pray you won't stay the same, hold fast to those memories. When the clock strikes 12 you'll begin to delve beyond despair, or so it seems, so it seems. And everything will be fine, probably. I think I want a fresh start. I'm running from a loveless animal. Yeah, I want a fresh start. I'm running from a 4-foot criminal. Yeah, I wanna see a lunatic 'cause finally lost his hold on me. Yeah, I wanna.
All right, we are up and running. Hello and welcome. David here from Blitz Breakdown. I'm very, very excited to bring you guys day 5 of the World Chess Championship. It is a wonderful day. It's a wonderful moment for me, specifically because I've yet to have my first sip of my morning coffee. Why not join me now? Grab a coffee of your own and partake. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. That's so good. The first sip is always the best. All right, so to kick off today's stream, we're going to start off by running through this interview of Carlsen and Levy from the World Chess Championship Day 4. This is their response to that game that was played yesterday. So let's take a listen, see if we find out anything fascinating from them.
Assumption is, based on the recent data that we have, is that Gukesh is right now a better chess player than Ding is. So having more games is good for him. I think Gukesh will go for the throat again, probably out prepare Ding, and then Ding will have to dig in as he's actually done twice.
Now, finally, we've understood Gukesh's plan, and the plan is very potent. That would be a disaster for Ding's position. And suddenly the board is very clarified. Ding is now going to bring out his king. Anything other than that would be weird.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Take post-game show for the 4th round of the World Chess Championship match between Ding Liren and Gukesh D from India. I am not Kaya Snare. I am Levi Rosman. You might know me as Gotham Chess, and I'm actually going to be hosting today's post-game show. And as always, I am joined by none other than world number 1, Magnus Carlsen. Magnus, what were your impressions of today's game?
I would say today's game that's what often happens in World Championship matches. There was a little bit of an obscure idea in the opening, not the sharpest, but more one where you try and get a playable position, but without taking too much risk. Gukesh responded really well, and it was a draw without much going for it. So we could, of course, end the recap here, but I suspect that we probably shouldn't.
But compared to the second game, when Ding had the white pieces and could have theoretically pushed on, I don't know how much of the game you got to see today, there was the moment where I mean, we really could just put the board up on the screen and sort of talk about it. I feel like this game sort of came down to one moment on the 16th move, where instead of playing the knight back to f3, Ding could have played bishop a6. And it's sort of, again, the narrative was he could have kept the game alive by playing bishop a6 here instead of knight f3. I don't know how deeply you got a chance to analyze this or take a look at it. Is it kind of repeating game 2 where he didn't push as much as possible? Or do you not agree with that assessment?
No, I think Gukesh responded really well to Ding's idea. I love this rook c8 and b6 thing because he sort of has to act swiftly, otherwise he'll be under a little bit of pressure. So if you look at the opening, like a London system reversed, sometimes like you go for even more aggressive ideas, like that you take on king f8, you take on f8 with the king for going castling, and then you start pushing the pawns on the king side trying to attack. But of course, Gukesh went for something really solid. But Ding like got something that is sort of almost an ideal position playing against London. Problem is like playing sort of a black opening in reverse. It's kind of still hard to prove an advantage. But he did have certain positional ideas, and that's why I think Gukesh's bid to solve them quickly with the move rook to c8 and then b6, which it's not obvious at first sight that you put the rook on a line where on a file that is not open and protecting a pawn that is well protected already. So that was a nice idea. Another point that he placed his bishop on all the way back to h7 so that he could potentially retreat with the knight there after being pushed with the pawn. Because normally I think in those situations, like most players would retreat their bishop the whole way because that's sort of what you create the escape hole for. But often you just retreated one square because you give the king some more breathing room and the bishop is unlikely to be attacked. But actually in this case he needed a square for the knight. But to actually answer your question, yes, Ding could have played on and we would have gotten more of a fight, but it is by no means obvious that he's better there, and it's not like the game we had two games ago when he really could have pressed on without any risk. Here, I think we're getting a complicated fight as soon as he plays the move f4. Like his position is not risk-free anymore, so we get sort of a complicated fight there, where it's by no means obvious that he's better. So I don't think that's suited him at all. So I think actually in this case, his move knight f3, which is basically a draw fair, I think was quite prudent. And you gotta admire how efficiently he just vacuumed the pieces off the board after that. Because, you know, if you want to force the draw, like you want to be efficient, you don't want to give your opponent any chances to fight. So I think Ding did an okay job getting a somewhat interesting position from the opening. Gukesh did an excellent job solving his problem, and from there on, the game sort of played itself.
Who do you think is happier with the result? Or is it about the same?
I think Gukesh is happy to prove for now that he can make a draw with black without any trouble. That seems apparent from the comments that he makes, and that is also often like the conventional wisdom in World Championship matches. That I've always thought that I sort of emphasized more openings with black because I'm thinking if I don't have any problems with black, then I should eventually get one or two chances with white. So I think he's quite happy Ding is probably happy to get another game where he had no chances whatsoever of losing and consolidating. So I think Gukesh is slightly more happy, but I I think they're both reasonably satisfied, and that is often why we see those kinds of games. It's because neither player is really too unhappy with a quiet game.
Now, we don't have much else to work with, as you said. I also said that knight f3 was essentially a draw offer, but I want to pick your brain a little bit in the endgame. If we fast forward a little bit to the moment it became queen and rook versus queen and rook with the one pawn. In the last one of these that we did, I asked you at what level would your opponent have to be for you to defend the bad position. So I suppose today the question is, what rating would your opponent need to be at the maximum for you to win this? And actually, a bonus question to that is, win it with white and maybe win it with black. Or if it's impossible, you can let me know.
Yeah, I feel like there's slightly more potential with black as you have a passed pawn, and I think in classical chess, like 4 and 3 on the king side would be um, hard to win against a lot of people. I don't think I'd expect to win this with the white pieces against you, for instance, in classical chess. But I would think that I had a reasonable chance of winning it as black, because I'm thinking as long as I can keep the passed pawn alive, I can sort of like move the pieces around and try and get you to play passively, and I should have decent chances to win. So I would say, like, with the black pieces, anything under 2,500, I think I would have some chances to win. But with white, we'd probably have to go down to like 2,200 before I have any real confidence that I win the game. So it's pretty drawish.
And to that point, just a follow-up. I was very perplexed. Can we push the board forward two moves? I was very perplexed. Everything is a draw, but I did not understand why Gukesh couldn't put the rook on c8 and basically do nothing, and instead went rook d5, and then even more perplexing was f5. I mean, again, everything is a draw, but like, I was like, what is going on? I mean, I would never in a million years consider f5. In rook d5, okay, fine, I suppose. But can you kind of talk, is there any nuance to this move? Like, is it correct to ring any alarm bells, even though the position is obviously still a draw?
No, this is how Gukesh plays. It's very concrete. He thinks that the rook is more active on d5, and honestly, with the queens on the board, I think it's better to have the rook on the d file, on the open file, than behind the pawn. So I think he was thinking in those terms, and he was kind of trying to play for a win. Like, if you don't push the pawn this way, white's gonna play e4 and trade off e4 c pawn, and then it's completely symmetrical. So it was just kind of a very small winning attempt. Is it a good move objectively? I mean, the position is equal before, it's equal after. I would slightly prefer the white pieces after this move, because I do value king safety a lot, but essentially it's just a draw. If I played the white pieces, I'd be very happy to see this move, because now I'm thinking I have something to latch onto. But I think it was reasonable.
Makes sense. I mean, that's sort of it. Today's game, just like the first game, I would say that the Ding had the white pieces, came down to just a handful of moments. But yeah, knight f3 was a retreating move and traded off basically all the pieces. Like you said, Gukesh may be a touch happier, but the match is 2-2, and tomorrow Gukesh has the white pieces, and we've got predictions coming up. We'll see what happens. We do have to do these segments now, like we always do.
Can I just take you back to one moment though?
Yes, yes, of
Um,
course.
yeah, so I do feel like from the opening that, I mean, Ding did have a very minor advantage. So let me just take it to one moment. So when he played the move knight to d4, um, I do feel like that was maybe a tad premature. So White, I feel like has a slight structural advantage, and you also have the advantage that you can put the pawn on either d3, controlling the e4 square and blunting the black bishop, or you can later put it on d4, sort of defining the so-called Carlsbad structure and preparing the minority attack on the queen side. So I think in this case, I would have probably um, liked to see a move like queen b3 like he did later instead, just not to give black the active possibility of bringing his knight to e5. Black could then play the move bishop to g4, trade off that bishop, but then I think white is probably happy to move the knight, then um, trade the bishops. Yes, I'm not sure if that is necessarily strategically desirable, but you can play moves like d3, h3 later on, and white has gained a little bit of time, and it seemed that black's counterplay is not so clear then. So maybe that was his best chance to get a little bit of pressure. And the thing about this position, as I was talking about before, like yes, it's quite innocuous. You don't expect to get a lot when you allow your opponent to develop quite freely and don't fight for that center very much. But there is positional potential, and you could see somebody like Gukesh get a little bit frustrated here, playing the black pieces if he is just like very slightly strategically worse, and with a structure that he cannot really change. So I think it was not a bad idea for Ding, like, but one, he didn't maybe play as accurately as you need, because you need to play very accurately if your opponent plays well here to get any play whatsoever. And also when with the way he played, Gukesh responded really well. But I kind of, I kind of like the try that he gave this game, and he seemed reasonably happy. Of course, he cannot go on like this forever unless he wins with the black pieces, where you sort of try something small as white, but then you don't really like have the skills or mentality to push it through. But um, I I enjoyed the game, and I liked the idea, even if it didn't really lead to anything.
I'll ask you a follow-up question to this because it got me thinking. Can we back up to the moment that Ding played knight c3? It's a few moves back. So he spent 18 minutes on this move. And I suppose before I ask the actual question I wanted to ask, is that too much time? What was he thinking about? Obviously, you're not Ding, but what else was he thinking about?
I assume he wanted the structure with taking on d5 and then b4, but he was not quite sure about the capture with the knight on d5 instead of the pawn if he takes immediately instead of knight c3.
I
So
see.
that would be my general guess here. I think also he was probably focused on the move e5 instead of e6 in the opening, which does force black to take with the king and forgo castling, but then play is quite a bit sharper. So maybe this is what his main focus was, and then here he more had sort of general ideas that you should trade on d5, play b4, and maybe you're slightly better and it's playable. But yeah, I think generally you probably don't want to spend as much time as 18 minutes, but I kind of enjoy doing that as well, like trying to, familiarize yourself a little bit more with the position. And besides that, you generally need to be. It doesn't seem like a position where the price of a move is too high, but it kind of is. Because if you're going to have any chances, realistic chances to push here whatsoever, you probably need to be hyper accurate. Um, so obviously Ding didn't completely manage that. Um, but I don't mind that time usage too much. Of course, you can argue that it's part of a bigger trend, but I thought it was all right.
And the question I wanted to ask regarding this position, and frankly, any position, sort of goes back to the recurring theme of certain openings being untouchable, why you have to play, for example, like in game 3, the early pawn capture on d5, and the Queen's Gambit declined. In this game, we sort of see knight f3, e3, b3, bishop a3, which is certainly obscure and definitely takes things out of the general trends of Sicilians and Italians and Spanishes. When you were doing opening preparation in training camps, your preparation ends on a certain move. Do you then have to play training games? Is that something that you did to familiarize yourself with the position? Because sometimes it does feel like in a game like this, for example, if Ding had a similar position in his notes, shouldn't he have built up some experience playing those out against Report, for example, or any training partner? Or is that sort of naive and not really something that happens? Do people just sort of end the prep and like, I'll figure it out at the board?
Well, you probably should have started more than 3 weeks earlier, then, if you want to have time for that. But yeah, I mean, certainly you do want to do that, but it probably felt like this as a position you can sort of play by hand because the strategic ideas are quite clear. It's different if you're trying to learn something new. For instance, what I had to do for my match against Nepo, which is sort of I had to learn to sacrifice my pawn on c4 by playing sort of Catalan-based openings and sort of just accept that in many lines you don't get that pawn back. And I mean, for me, that was a little bit of a mental hurdle. So that's the kind of thing you want to play training games for to familiarize yourself with. He probably felt in this case that he can play it by hand, but yeah, generally the more experience you can get. Let's say that he has 7 ideas as white. You probably want to play training games in all of those 7 ideas and the 7 variations, but again, we're just speculating on what they may or may not have done, but I agree with your general take.
It was revealed today that he's got Chinese Grandmaster Nihua, I believe, to be another second. Can you shine some light on his playing style? Maybe some of the people watching at home don't know who that is and how much of an impact he will have on Ding's play and openings.
Yeah, Nihua was one of the best Chinese players about, I think, 15 years ago. Yeah, I think he's been a coach for a number of years now, I think for the Chinese women's team, amongst others. So I'm not shocked that he's part of the team. He used to play e4, Slav kind of lines like a lot of the Chinese guys did. I don't think I beat him once, I think in London Chess Classic, but I don't know exactly like what he does and what he brings, but yeah, it's not a big surprise, but I don't think it tells us all that much.
All right. Let's name today's MVP. So they give us this wonderful graphic. I'm gonna let you take this one because I haven't really thought in any abstract way about it. So go ahead.
My first thought goes to the Black Queenside Knight that had a little bit of a busy career early on, making a lot of moves, landing on nice square in e5 that eventually um, sort of provoked Sting into forcing the draw and getting Gukesh the result he wanted. So I'd probably go for that one, but you know, in such a game there are no MVPs. There are only exchanged lazy pieces.
Yeah, I suppose I agree. It did a lot of early lifting. Knight d7, Knight f8. Look, I can't argue for the sake of arguing. I really do not know what's another MVP. You could supposedly name maybe the Black Rook, which survived the endgame. I do believe that is the Rook. Maybe it's not.
Yeah, I think it
Yeah, it
is.
is.
Yeah,
Yes. So it also did a little bit, to create some counterplay. But
yeah.
yeah, we can name the Knight. Do we have a big fancy graphic for the piece of shit? We're gonna roll it there. Oh, we don't put the text on the screen. It's just our names. What about for this one? I feel like this one's tougher. Actually, I don't know.
No, it's actually really easy. There was a
What was it?
piece that was captured on its initial square. It doesn't really get worse than that in such a boring game.
That, okay, yeah, I didn't really think too much of that. But like, is that the same as being an injured athlete, or is it just a really bad thing to be captured on a without even moving?
Yeah. No, you're literally getting injured as you're about to enter the game. So
Okay, guys, that's a nice little introduction in today's game. Having a bit of a look at what was going on yesterday, we're going to jump into Reddit, front page of Reddit, to see what is happening in the chess world, specifically relating to the FIDE Chess World Cup, or World Championship, I should say. And here's a pretty cool picture of Ding when he was just a kid. I'm not sure where this was taken, but he's obviously very young in this picture. And who would know that he would grow up and become the world chess champion? And the question is, can he defend his title? We'll see. The next post is, no matter the result, this feels like one of the most wholesome world chess championships between two extremely nice and humble players with tons of mutual respect. Who can be great role models in the for the future generations. Sorry guys, my first cup of coffee is still kicking in. But yeah, definitely agree. I think both of these guys, in terms of their manners and their approach towards the game, promoting the game, they really are very polite, respectable, and it's actually pretty awesome to see people like this at the top levels of chess. That said, I think it would be quite cool to have someone who is a little bit more controversial, just to kind of stir up a bit more drama. But in terms of people that are fantastic role models that young kids are going to be looking up to, especially considering that chess is growing so much in India and in China, these two guys are right up there, and it's fantastic that we're seeing them at the top of their game. Okay, next, Gukesh is so OP. He is pre-moving with black. This is interesting. Oh, I think you know what's happened in this picture is that they've got like these honorary folks. So it was Anand, and then I forget the Chinese lady's name, but she's a very strong female. I think she's a grandmaster, Chinese player. And they both did the initial move. And actually what we're seeing is Gukesh bringing his piece back after they make that initial move. So, but it looks a little bit like he's pre-moving. Like whatever Ding plays, he's gonna move his black pawn out, which is quite funny. Another one here, Ding just chilling with his bananas, relaxing. There's going to be a lot of these kind of seemingly mundane posts, but people love the chilling with Ding vibes. So that's a nice one. I like that too. And then the last post that I saved was what we actually saw in the interview with Carlson, when he was talking about how likely it would be and what his opponent would need to be rated for him to actually win this completely drawn endgame. and he was saying that with the black pieces, he would kind of prefer that because he has the passed pawn, and he might be able to put someone who's sort of below 2500 under a lot of pressure, possibly get a win with the black pieces. But with the white pieces, he said it was be much harder. And he said in order to actually have a chance of winning, I think 2200. Is that right? Yeah. 2500 below and white against 2200 and below. So yeah, that's quite interesting. I heard I actually looked at this post, and a lot of the comments in the comment section were quite like skeptical. There was one, I think a national master who was 2200. He got really badly downvoted, and he said like that he would definitely be able to hold this against Magnus, which was a pretty bold statement. So yeah, it's not always easy to tell. But I think if anyone was going to win this, I think it would be definitely Carlsen. So that looks at Reddit. Let's jump over to Polymark and take a look at the odds before we jump to some of the live coverage. So this is 1 month in total. Before the actual World Chess Championship started, Ding had a 22% chance. Then after he won the first game, it jumped to 47% chance of winning the overall World Chess Championship. Then after he lost, all the way back down to 28%. Oh, actually, first there was a draw. So this kind of plateau is a draw. And then all the way down on game 3 when he lost. And then this is yesterday, which was another draw. And obviously the markets didn't love that because of the fact that he drew with the white pieces. And yeah, it didn't seem like he was really sort of playing super aggressively and like trying to actually win. And yeah, I think the end result probably just disappointed some people who had were backing Ding in terms of his chances of winning the overall thing. But yeah, that's pretty interesting. What I thought we could do now is we're going to head back and we're going to watch the press conference from yesterday, which I thought would be actually quite a
Hello,
useful
everyone.
thing to do. So let me just pull this up and we can watch this together. This is after game. Is it game 4? Yeah, game 4. Let's take a listen.
Welcome to the post-game press conference. I will ask the players a few questions, and then I will open up the floor to the press. The microphone is on my left. You may line up now if you choose to. Please restrict your questions to just one initially, but you may go back to have follow-up questions afterwards. My first question is to the world champion. How did you feel coming into today after having a difficult game 3? What was the strategy playing today with the white pieces?
Well, since I have a rest day to recover from the tough lose, today I'm in a very good mood, and I choose this opening idea to try to surprise my opponents, and yeah, it worked well, not so bad, and by the advantage is very, very small, and it neutralized my initiative. So the draw is it's a very balanced game, and maybe a good played game.
He mentioned he tried to surprise you. Were you surprised in this opening line?
Yeah, I mean, it was not a completely new line for me. I had seen it before somewhere, but it was a bit of a surprise, and I was playing over the board from very early on. But I think I reacted well enough, and yeah, at some point I felt like he had maybe some slight edge, but I quickly neutralized it, and then I was kind of pushing. But okay, it should never really be anything serious for either of us.
Were there any critical moments in the game that you were looking at? Anything sharper, maybe anything risky, or did it just seem like it was just a solid game and he played very well?
Well, after 95, here if I play f4, I think it's not so accurate, since after a4 he can counterplay with a5, and if I take, he can knight c5 and then take back the pawn. Maybe here f4 deserves some attention, and then I go here.
So the thought of F4 was on your mind, but you decided to.
Yes, also here f4 is quite interesting, but maybe he can this and I cannot take due to take and c5 bishop d3 is coming. So it's mainly about f4. If I want to pressure, I have to play f4 at some point. But here I thought f4 is just not so good due to knight c4, so I try to play the c4.
Did you see this idea of F4 as he pointed out? Was this the line you're prepared with knight c4?
Yeah, I mean, f4 was one of the ideas that I'd always had to consider, but here I think after knight c4 I'm just at least slightly better. So yeah, I mean f4 I considered, but I thought it involved some risk for white, and yeah, he was not ready to take that risk, I think.
The result today, usually in these kind of matches, a draw with black is a great result. Is that your feeling?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's a solid game with black, and I was even towards the end, I was maybe had some chances to press better. So with black, I mean, this all you can expect, yeah, in a match.
You had, again, the white pieces. You wanted to have something, but not getting anything out of it. Is there any feeling of disappointment, or you feel like it's a world championship match, draws happen?
Well, when I saw this position, because I chose a somehow a little bit risky plan to play like this and not to play the Euro d4. So actually, I'm not sure the evolution after that. And he surprised me with this knight e5 low in f4. And here, yes, I thought maybe it's time to settle for the draw. And I didn't see the way to press. Maybe the computer point out some great ideas with bishop a6 first, but I didn't see it.
So I guess my question is, again, with the white pieces, usually you want to get a little bit more action. Didn't get it today. Is it no big deal? There's still 10 games left.
Yeah, today with this line, I tried to play it safe. And yeah, it turns out I get a little bit advantage. But the score is still balanced, so there are more games to come.
All right, we'll take the first question from the press. And you may line up to prepare for the next question.
The media, and this is for Ding Liden. So Ding, you had never played this setup in the past. At least I didn't notice any games with this setup for you. And it seems like you're hitting a brick wall against Gukesh with the white pieces. So following up on Maurice's question, will we be expecting this type of unconventional openings in the future, or will you be playing more mainline variations in the coming games? Without going into too much detail, I understand.
Well, with this line, of course, I prepared a lot, and yeah, this line is new to me, but with reversed color, it reminds me of some kinds of Queen's Indian, like e6, b6, knight f6, and I have very good memories in Queen's Indian, so you can see this. I play white pieces like black, but with the tempo up.
Next question.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like a little bit of a silly question for a reporter to ask. It's like, are you going to play slightly, like novel openings in the future? Like, why on earth would he answer that honestly? Like, there's so many games left to play, and he needs to obviously kind of conceal his hand. He can't go giving out any of that information. So yeah, I'm glad that Ding said something kind of more focused on the game that was played. But it also shows like what a class acting is. He's not he's not the kind of person that just shuts people down and, you know, just says, oh, that's a stupid question, even though that was a bit of a dumb question. He just answers politely. Very, very respectful guy.
Bidya from Chessbase India. My question is to Gukesh. Magnus came to his 2013 match with a chef, and food plays a very important role in such a long tournament. How comfortable are you with the food here? And
Yeah, we have some arrangements that ensures that I have some food that I like and have some healthy food. And I'm quite happy with what I'm eating every day, and I feel good physically and mentally. So yeah, it's all good.
Mike Klein with chess.com. I know a lot didn't happen in the game today, so Gukesh, I'm going to take this opportunity to ask you sort of a random question. But Gary Kasparov has said many times that he believes a bit in numerology. He was born on the 13th of April, and he was the 13th world champion. And I couldn't help but notice you're trying to become the 18th world champion, and you're 18 years old. So if Kasparov believes in numerology, I'm just wondering if you've made this connection and if it means anything to you. I know you're just attempting to be the world champion.
I guess I should say I kind of believe more in Fischer's quote. I believe in good moves. So yeah, I'm just trying to make good moves. Yeah.
Yeah, also very, very good answer. I mean, come on. If you're going to start talking about sort of suspicion or not like superstition, I should say. Yeah, I just feel like it's, you know, that is not how chess works. Chess works, you win because of the fact that you play good moves. And yeah, good time to quote Fischer.
Thanks.
Hi, Theo from leechess.org. The other day we had Levon Aronian on our live commentary, and we were talking about time management strategies. I noticed today that the time management of both players was far more even than it has been in previous games. I'd like to ask both players if you have a time management strategy, or like Levon, you just see what the position is like on the board and then decide how to use your time.
You first?
I think it depends on positions. Because the day before yesterday, my position very dangerous after rook g1, hg. So I had to come up with ideas to not to be much worse. I need to find the critical move in this position. So I had to spend a lot of time. But today the position quiet and it seems not so much happens. So I can play a little bit quickly.
Yeah, I think mostly the time management depends on how the position is. I mean, some positions you need to spend more time, some positions not so much. And today, yeah, the position was mostly quite simple with not a lot of sharp stuff happening. So I guess that explains it. But yeah, the previous games there were some very sharp things happening. So yeah.
Question to both players. Do you do something to maintain your poker face throughout the game? I know it's a bit of a random question, but when you see your opponent making a mistake and you know it's a mistake and now you have the advantage, but you do not want to show any signs of body language that you know the opponent has made a mistake. So do you just look at yourself in the mirror and maintain a poker face?
Well, since I cannot see my reaction during the game, since I'm the one who is playing, so I don't know if I am able to maintain this kind of poker face if my opponent made some mistakes. I think I will maybe show some inspirations when I saw some mistakes from my opponent.
Yeah, in general, I think I'm not a very expressive player. Like on the board, I mean, I do show some emotions from time to time, but in general, I'm more of a person who always maintains a poker face. So, yeah, I mean, if there is some important moment where I have to maintain some poker face, mostly I remember some instances where it was important and I managed to trick my opponent with a poker face. But But in general, I don't really think too much about it. Yeah.
Asking again on behalf of FIDE social media, but this time from someone who wishes to remain anonymous, and it's for you both. What do you think are your opponent's strengths and weaknesses?
Maybe it's too early to answer this question.
Yeah, another question where like if you start answering too honestly there, especially after 4 games have been played, your opponent is going to hear your answers and maybe make some adjustments. So if you say, oh, like my opponent's weaknesses are like, I think there are end games, or whatever it may be, then suddenly the awareness of say a leak in their game, saying that out loud just seems like a bad idea.
I mean, I think we both are pretty well-rounded. At the top, you need to be quite universal these days. So, I mean, there are some minute details, I guess, which I guess I'll try my best to show on the board.
Okay. Why don't we head over to the live coverage and see if we've got anything up and running yet? Okay, we do have some footage of the playing arena. The players are not yet in their seats, but it won't be too much longer, I think, until they arrive. If I remember correctly, yesterday, about 5 minutes before they show up, get comfortable, and then Morris Ashley comes in and kicks things off. So it probably will be about seven minutes until we see the players arriving. And yeah, I think today will be a very, very exciting game. Sorry, let me just fix this real quick. All right, there we go. Shivam Shah in the chat says, what will be the opening move? Now, I think one of the things that I think it was Member and Potential, welcome to both of you, by the way, in the chat, was talking about maybe seeing a Roy Lopez opening. So we have e4, e5, knight to f3, and knight to c6. We haven't seen anything along these lines, except for the Italian. Obviously, we've seen the Italian, which is characterized by bishop to c4. The Roy Lopez, one of the oldest openings in chess, bishop to b5. And there have been a few games that have been played by Gukesh. Specifically, we saw Gukesh playing this in the candidates and to pretty decent effect against, who was it, Alireza. And I think he played 2 games, both of them with the Spanish. And one of those games was a draw and the other was a win for Gukesh. And although he didn't necessarily come out of the opening with a significant advantage, he was able to put Alireza under pressure in the endgame that emerged out of the Roy Lopez. And it's easy to say, oh, okay, well, if it's the endgame, then how much of an impact did the opening have on it? Well, not necessarily a huge impact, but I think ultimately players, when they're able to win games with certain openings, that builds confidence, and that confidence is going to translate into them probably playing that opening again. It's the same, I think, for most amateurs. As you play, say, a Sicilian, and you start getting on a bit of a winning streak with Sicilian defense, suddenly you start thinking, this is actually a pretty good option for me. I need to play this, even though there's a lot that goes on in the middle game. But it is very much like a momentum thing. So it's not inconceivable that we see a Roy Lopez. It's always nice to see a Roy Lopez. We think about the history of the Roy Lopez, that it has, people have been playing it for literally hundreds of years. And I think it would be nice to see a World Chess Championship where at least one of the games we see this opening. But we could also see some of the other things that we discussed. D4, C4, G3, could get a Catalan. Obviously, it would be incredible to see a Sicilian. But yeah, unlikely. It feels like Ding is a little bit on the defensive, right? After yesterday, he did have a little bit of a, I guess, a surprise with the white pieces yesterday in his opening. But I think we'll have to obviously see how aggressive Ding's going to come out. I don't think he's going to be really interested in playing a move like C5. If he does, it'll really create a lot of excitement in today's game. But even if he doesn't, I think that it's clear Gukesh with the white pieces today is going to try and play for a win, like guaranteed. He wants to try and win today. That's his goal. What do you guys think? What's your predictions of the opening? Let me know in the comments in the live chats. I'd love to know. And it's also important. I need to get the poll for today. I've got a couple of polls going. We'll keep it simple for our first poll. We've just been asking who's going to win today. So let's do that. Ooh, is that Morris Ashley wandering in? Good. That means that the players are not far away from showing up. So let me know your thoughts in terms of what openings we can expect. And I'll get the poll going. Who do you think will win? Do you think we're going to have a bomb cloud? That would be most exciting. All right, so let's put in Ding. Gukesh. Or we'll also put in the option for a draw. Why not? Draw. All right, guys. Top right-hand corner, you can have your say. Who do you think's going to win? Ding, Gukesh, or a draw today? I have a feeling that we might see a decisive result. One of the things that's kind of maybe fading a little bit into the back of our mind when it comes to this year's World Chess Championship is the fact that there is a lot of prize money at stake, and that $200,000 bonus for winning a game. If we go back to the World Chess Championship held last year between Ding and Nepo, there was actually a bonus there, but it was very, very small. It was only 30,000 euros. If you won a game, you got 30,000 euros, which in comparison to winning the overall prize, which was similar, I think it was 2.2 million overall. The winner got 1.2 and, oh, I think it was 2 million euros. 1.2 to the winner, 800,000 to the loser. And that definitely is a factor as you approach the final games, where you're trying to play sort of maybe conservatively. If things are equal, you don't want to just give it away too easily. But now, because of the fact that you get $200,000 for every game, and that money, bear in mind, is not over and above the prize money. That gets deducted from the existing prize money. So we start off with 2.5 million US dollars. Each player gets, before the tournament starts, 200,000 each. That brings it down to 2.1 million. And then every time a player wins, that amount gets lessened by $200,000. So it's actually doubly painful if you lose, because not only do you lose the game and your chance of winning the overall thing diminishes, it also means that $200,000 has been deducted from the prize money. And as such, it means that we can have a situation where one player wins a significantly larger portion of the overall purse. Instead of this, 1.2, 800,000, there can be a big difference where, one player walks away with, say, like $500,000 and the other walks away with 2 million in extremely rare circumstances where we, have, say, for example, Gukesh going on a win streak or Ding going on a win streak. So that's something to take into account. And I think the players are aware of that. And yeah, they understand that it's important for them to go for a win. And Gukesh, with the white pieces, it'll be interesting to see if he goes for some interesting novelty out of the opening. We've been seeing it a couple of times where normal openings and then already move 6, move 7, these kind of engine approved, semi-approved, small little changes like novelties that get us out of book pretty quickly. Swastiks joined the chat. Welcome to you. Hey man, you think Berlin? Yeah, Berlin's possible. Yeah, that's definitely an option. I think I'm still thinking that Gukesh is yet to really employ d4 to great effect. So if I had to be inclined, I would kind of more expect that. So with the Berlin, I guess, it's this setup where you play oh wait, hold on. Yeah, I think this is the Berlin. Yeah. So the problem with the Berlin is it's also like kind of very tried and tested territory, where we've seen this opening, if I'm just looking at the database now, 26,000 games, right, have been played and reached this this position. Oh, Mark's also in the chats. Yo, not betting on this game after the last loss. Okay, I'm glad. We do have Ding in the house. let's just jump to the live pictures. Ooh, today what I'm going to do is I will put up the volume so we can hear Morris Ashley giving his announcements. Okay, cool. We've got a lot of familiar faces in the chats. Welcome to all of you guys. Great to see you. Okay, so Ding is seated. Here comes Gukesh, and I think the announcements are about to kick off. I will put the volume up. They shake hands, and we're about to kick things off. Berlin, not necessarily draw, but boring anyways. Yeah, I mean, this is the one downside with going for the Roy Lopez is that it does mean
Ladies
that
and
we
gentlemen,
have
and
the potential
children
for
of
a
all
Berlin
ages,
defense, which
welcome
Ding, again
to Game
with the white
5
piece,
of
with the
the
black
FIDE
pieces at
World
least,
Championship
he's now in
2024,
the position that
presented
Gukesh
by
was yesterday,
Google,
where he's really
held here
incentivized
at
just
the
to hold
Aquarius
the draw.
Hotel
Every
at the
time you have black,
luxurious Resort
especially
World
when the scores
Sentosa
equal,
here in
you're going to be mostly
beautiful
comfortable with the
Singapore.
draw.
I'm Maurice
Unless
Ashley,
there's some
and it is my
significant
distinct pleasure to
opportunity for you
introduce
that
the
emerges.
two players who
We're
are
also
competing
usually,
for the title of
gonna
World
be favored.
Chess
And if you can play an
Champion.
opening, which might
First,
be more likely
the
to lead
challenger
towards the draw, then you're going to be
from
inclined
India,
to do so.
Gukesh Damaraju.
All right, let's take a listen.
And the world champion from China, Ding Liren. The match is currently tied at 2 points apiece. The players have been playing incredible chess, fighting chess, and fans all around the world are following. And now that we have the first weekend of the event, then even more fans will be tuning in. Now, the host country of Singapore has been a fantastic host indeed. It is known for its remarkably low crime rate and is often cited as one of the safest cities in the world. However, the country has a popular catchphrase: low crime doesn't mean no crime. It has implemented stringent laws and effective law enforcement strategies that contribute to public safety and social order. The commitment to maintaining a safe environment allows residents and visitors alike to enjoy the city with peace of mind, making it an ideal backdrop for events such as this one that promote community engagement and intellectual pursuits. Today, we have a special guest to make the ceremonial first move. He has served in the Singapore cabinet since 2008. Before entering the cabinet, he had a distinguished career in legal practice, where he held the esteemed title of Senior Counsel of the Supreme Court of Singapore. A passionate chess enthusiast, he is the Minister of Home Affairs and Minister of Law of Singapore. Please welcome K. Shanmugam.
Oh, I can react. I forgot. Let's do some react. Woo! Let's go.
Please.
Nice.
And with that, let the game begin.
Ayo. All right, guys. Things about to kick off. Let's get this party started. We have one e4 on the board. And we have the French defense. The French defense from Ding. All right, that we didn't consider too much. All right, we've got the null variation. E6, D5, and we have an exchange of pawns in the center. Okay. So common moves: knight to f3, bishop to d3. We do have knight to f3. This is all main line. And now knight to f6 would be expected, just playing symmetrically. If we look at this opening, the French defense, 30% chance of a win for white, 39% chance of a draw, 32% chance of a win for black. Wow, that's actually quite surprising. I wouldn't have guessed that. So there's, even in this position, there's a higher likelihood of black winning than white winning. I mean, it's obviously very, very early days. Anything can happen. But that just surprises me that out of the two, there's that significant of a difference. Interesting. Obviously, a lot of draws, 39% of of these games do end in draws. But expecting knight to f6, that's a very common response for black. Bishop to d6, knight to c6, a lot of developmental moves that can happen. It's basically getting your pieces out. Very, very simple in terms of what you're trying to achieve. Okay, so Ding already here taking a little bit of time and trying to... Okay, no, so he does play what we expected. I thought, you know, considering that he's taking a little bit of time, is he planning on doing something a little crazy? Okay, no, not yet. All right, so we do have knight to f6 on the board, bishop to d3. All right, let's take a look at the riveting stuff. Another French, all right? All right, draw, fast forward to tomorrow. Although Exchange French picked up some popularity in the last candidates. Do you think Ding has come today with a different mindset and approach? No, I don't really think so. I think Ding has probably come in today thinking that a draw's fine. But now after this last move, this is a little bit more of a deviation. C5 is definitely a move, but usually bishop to d6 is played here. So c5 attacking the d4 pawn. Of course, it's being defended already, but Gukesh over defending by playing c3. And now just 195 games that have reached this position. Out of those 195, 25% of them have resulted in a win, 24% are a draw, and 51% have resulted in a win for black, which is quite surprising. And I think part of that must be simply one thing: small sample size. And when we have a smaller sample size, it's possible that you have these kind of like statistical outliers in terms of results. I mean, if we look at the engine analysis, the engine says that white has a small edge here. You wouldn't imagine that if you looked at the games that have reached this position. But once, you know, more and more people play this line, say, for example, if we fast forward 50 years, we would probably expect that to be much more equally balanced. Okay, so he pushes this pawn. He plays c4, advancing that pawn, and basically forcing the bishop back to c2. And now the bishop develops to d6. And already here, on move 8, just 23 games in the database. So the most common move for Gukesh is also, I would say this isn't necessarily a given. The engine likes castles, all of the Masters games, except that castling is good. But the thing that I don't like about castling is that this bishop, you know, is staring at h2, which really doesn't mean anything for the time being. But it is a little committal. Let's see actually what the engine says. Queen to e2 check first. Okay, that makes sense. Then queen to e7. Yeah, if we have an exchange of queens, that kind of might mean that things fizzle somewhat. Certainly not if he plays e6. He's very well prepared in the French. Okay, we have exactly this on the board. So instead of castles, Gukesh does play queen to e2 check. And queen to e2 check just been played 3 times. Mostly responding with this move, queen to e7. Let's say Ding does play queen to e7. And now queen takes. Most people play queen takes. I wonder if you can just develop a piece just to avoid exchanging. No, I don't think you want to play bishop to e3 because then you're allowing knight to g4. Yeah. And this dark square bishop must count for something. So you don't want to allow this yet. So knight to e5 is also a move. I might be inclined to play knight to e5. Just preventing this exchange. And then say castles, knight to d2. Yeah, the problem is that you've got... Actually, this doesn't look so attractive because now you can't castle. Black is in some lines maybe threatening to get rid of this knight, play f6, and you can't actually... If you have castled, you can't defend this by moving this knight to any position. So this becomes a little bit of a frustrating pin. And there are times where you can kind of create a pin and it's fine. This is probably not one of those times. Okay, so we do have a face-off, the two queens facing off. Let's jump to the players live. Queen to e7. Oh no, it hasn't been played, I'm sorry. But we are about to see a few moves. Now it has been played. Okay, there was a little delay. And we have an exchange of queens on the board. Queen takes. And king takes. All right, that's interesting. All right, so queen takes, king takes, and now probably expecting castles. You might be thinking, why king takes instead of bishop takes? And you would be correct. I mean, now at least you have the option of castling. I guess, I mean, the one nice thing about king takes, I would imagine, is that if you do take with a bishop, this does allow this bishop to kind of take control of this diagonal. And by taking with the king, you're basically planning on maybe castling artificially and still allowing this bishop to stick around on d6. So that there is definitely some benefit, and there's almost no risk, right? If you're playing with the black pieces, what is the risk really by moving your king forward now that the queens are off the board? There's not too much to worry about. Solar, welcome to you. White bishop will also attack the horse. Maybe the dark squared bishop can jump in. I'm not sure if you're referring to that. Castles is also a fine move here. b3 is a fine move. b3 is interesting, just trying to challenge these advanced pawns. So as soon as you... Yeah, I think this actually, now that I look at this position from black's perspective, this might become a long-term weakness. As we saw in many of the previous games, this back pawn is always a bit of a concern. You kind of need to over defend. And if white can get some momentum, breaking down these advanced pawns and get these, you know, say for example, we have a bit of a pawn chain going with white pieces, that might be some nice counterplay for white, or just in terms of options of developing pawns. Building momentum on the queen side makes sense. Bishop to g5, also a move that jumps out. Yeah, so I would say from Gukesh's perspective, if I was playing with the white pieces, I would probably castle, then try and take control of the e-file. One of the issues here, which both black and white are facing, is that they're kind of behind on development. And when you're behind on development, like for example, if you play a move like rook to e1 and black has these two rooks connected talking to each other, then you can kind of have a little bit of a standoff, and there would be potentially some tension along this e-file. Right now, both black and white have this issue where they need to try and clear out these pieces. They're just a little bit behind on development. So now it would be tempting to develop the dark square bishop, get the knight out, and then play rook to e1. Those are some moves that kind of jump out to me. I think not something that requires huge amounts of calculating, but probably more just common sense. Okay, so we have castles on the board. Ding does decide to castle. Let's go to the opening, see if we have any theory here. We have one game which resulted in a draw. And in that game, the next move was rook h to e1. Oh, sorry, rook h to e8. Over here. Kind of almost anticipating rook to e1. It's exactly what we see on the board. Rook to e1, king to f8, and then exchanging rooks. Takes. And now there are no real threats in terms of either black or white taking control of the e-file for the time being. But now bishop to g5 and knight to d2, preparing rook to e1. That would probably be in white's best interest. And similarly, I guess you just respond with knight b to d7. Defending this knight, you really don't want to allow white to capture the knight on f6, doubling the pawns. So it's important to defend here. It looks a little bit funny because you're like, well, my light squared bishop is out of action for the time being. It's not that important. There'll be some opportunities to develop this bishop maybe later. And similarly, I guess white can respond in kind by playing knight b to d2. Just connecting these two knights and threatening to play rook to e1. Interesting. Okay. Bishop to g5. Yeah. Yes, that's what we're looking at. Bishop to g5 for sure. King can manually castle in the future after rook to e8. Yeah, well spotted. I think that's exactly what we're going to see. A pawn endgame would be better for black, maybe. Yeah, well, okay, so the thing here about this pawn endgame is, yes, black is the one that has the initiative in terms of space, just positionally, right? You've got these advanced pawns. But again, this d5 pawn could potentially become a weakness, especially if white is able to put pressure on this d5 square by, say, rerouting the bishop. Maybe you're trying to get something going, for example, by playing b3. b3 is a very, very important move for white to play. Because once you play b3 and if, for example, you take, I mean, which is extremely unlikely. If you're playing from black's perspective, you would never capture on b3. But if you don't capture on b3, I guess you need to play b5. And then takes, you kind of maintain these two pawns. But now it's a little tricky. I even have bishop to a4. And now I'm threatening to capture the knight. And you can't capture back. You have to double your pawns. So actually, there must be a way to defend this. I wonder actually here, how realistic is it to play b3 now? If you play b3 immediately, you respond with h6. Okay, so yeah, so the threat here, this is so cool that the engine understands this, right? The threat of b6 is that eventually the bishop wants to find its way to a4. So for example, if you have a situation like this, takes, b takes, and now bishop to a4, right? And I guess, oh, okay, you can just move your king. You can just unpin your king. That's completely logical. And now the threat of capturing here and doubling black's pawns is just completely evaporated. So, yeah. But still, this bishop does look good here. After the king moves, can you not? Oh, yeah. It would be so nice if you could play a move like bishop to c6. But you can't remove the defender because it's replaced by another knight. Yeah. Okay. So developing this knight first makes sense. Doing a little bit more sort of due diligence, but keeping an eye on b3 and some of the tactics that might emerge when you play a move like bishop to a4. It's probably good. All right, let's take a look at our poll. We've got 9 votes in. Who do you think will win? Ding, Gukesh, draw. A lot of people thinking Gukesh is going to take this one. I guess the question here that we have to ask is, will Gukesh play rook to e1? That's exactly what we're expecting him to play. But he might not want to play it yet. I mean, if you don't play rook to e1 check, you could play b3 right now. b3, c takes b. That's actually so surprising. I mean, I was saying this is not a move. Like, it feels so odd. Yeah, it can't be. The engine's suggesting this for some reason, but it can't be a move. I mean, I don't think you would want to play this, because after you capture back with the bishop, bishop takes. You've got an isolated pawn that you need to defend, which you can. Okay, you play bishop to e6. But now, bishop to g5, wanting to remove one of the defenders. h6. And what's the deal here? I'm just going to take. King takes. This is so surprising that this is actually better for black. I'm very surprised. Because I want to just take now. Oh, wait. No. No, hold on. Okay, so takes. Oh, okay. Okay. That makes sense. Another moment where I'm just completely misunderstanding the position. All right, so b3 b3 is the second option. Maybe bishop to g5 now. Bishop to g5 now. Ding seems well and prepped compared to previous games. Contrast to now, usually it was Ding burning time in the opening. Yeah, I think I mean, it's not really all that much time that Gukesh has spent, but I think the natural move here is rook to e1, and I think because of the fact that that might be a little bit more likely to lead towards a draw, keeping the rooks on the board and some of the heavy pieces might mean that Gukesh has a greater chance of winning later on. So it's possible that he's trying to calculate something else. Yeah, okay, so let's look at bishop to g5 because we haven't looked at that. b3 doesn't seem to be working for the time being. Knight to d7, sorry, knight to d7, knight to d2, and then king to f8. So just moving the king out of the way. And rook f to e. So now these two rooks are facing off, and h6. Okay, bishop to h4. b5 is also a move. b5, I guess, is actually an important move on a couple of levels because of the fact that if you play b3 now, at least you're kind of holding this pawn structure together. And also, critically, it allows bishop to b7, so a way of developing this bishop. Although, one wonders if you'd even really want to play that, because the bishop on b7 is maybe not the most attractive way of developing this bishop, because you're not really accomplishing a whole lot, except for the fact that you're connecting the rooks. Maybe even bishop to a6. Couple of options there. Yeah, I guess Gukesh is spending a little bit more time than expected. I mean, what else is there? You can play h6 just... Oh, wait, no. A4 is also a possibility. Oh, actually quite like A4. A4's an interesting move because it prevents B5 from happening. The only problem with A4 is that now if you play B3, you don't have the option of capturing with the A2 pawn. So, as often is the case with pawn moves, you gain something, but you also give something up by playing a4. King to f8, and then bishop to e3. Just moving the bishop back. And just, for the time being, keeping the rooks on the board. a6, knight b to d2, and then b6. Okay, b6. So still offering an opportunity for the bishop to develop via b7, connecting the two rooks on the back rank. And I guess at some point... So I think the point for black here, play bishop to b7, and now you're actually setting up being able to play b5. Because you can't play b5 right now. If you play b5, you're just hanging a pawn, because you can't take back because the rook hangs on a8. So to prepare that, what you need to start with is first bishop to b7, or first b6, allowing bishop to b7. Then say you play rook f to e1, develop the bishop, and now you're all set to play b5. And once you play b5 and have this exchange, it actually seems like black is the one who has a little bit of initiative. Yeah, maybe actually was a little bit hasty to suggest that bishop to b7 is that bad of a move, because it does achieve a lot. Apart from connecting these back rooks, and now in this position allowing a move like b5, it also defends the d5 pawn. I think we'll probably see this move at some point, even if white doesn't choose to play a4. This makes a lot of sense. Connecting the two rooks, the bishop's doing a great job defending this weak back pawn. And I guess it's being defended twice, so it becomes less of a target now. You'd really have to sort of remove some of these defenders to try and put pressure on this and say, yeah, I think that might be a weakness. One of the things that I did in previous streams, which might be quite fun, is to do like, what was it? Oh, like move options. What do you think? What do you think Gukesh will do next? It's not a bad idea. Maybe we'll do that on the next move, because I feel like Gukesh might be considering, or probably will play a move shortly. So again, if we back up to this position, one game that has reached this position, and in that game, rook f to e1 was played. Coming. Yeah, I'll take them. Okay, I think that could be a fun idea. I'm gonna stop the current poll, and then we'll put that up as a poll. That could be quite fun. All right, so a lot of people thinking Gukesh is gonna win that one. Let's do another one. All right, next move, question mark. Next move. All right. Oh, we have a move on the board. Never mind. All right, we'll have to wait. Okay, so the move that we have is the one that we kind of expected. Rook f to e1, attacking the king. The king just moves out of the way. And we would expect an exchange. But that is yet to play out on the board. Okay, Ding has come back to a seat. Let's go to him live and see if he plays quickly. I mean, we would expect that he had calculated this, and yeah, very likely just play king to f8. And considering how much time Gukesh spent, yeah. We're expecting exchange of rooks. Takes. All right. He does take with the king. And now the ball is back in Gukesh's court. What will he do? All right, now after capturing the game that remains in the database has bishop to g5 and then knight b to d7. These are also pretty natural moves, but if you weren't going to play bishop to g5 right now, what would you play? I mean, bishop to g5 does really jump out at you. b3, I guess, still is also a move. And then knight to a3. Wow, knight to a3 is also a move, apparently. That's not something that I would consider. Knight to a3, basically saying, okay, do you want to give up this dark squared bishop, which is very strong, has a lot of potential, to create an imbalance. Doubled isolated pawns on the rim. And it also creates this weakness of c3, but in exchange for that, white gets the bishop pair. We don't see that. We do see bishop to g5. And are we going to see Ding respond with knight to d7? What I'll do is I'll wait for like a good opportunity to, when we get to a particularly complicated moment, then I'll put up the poll and we can see if people can find the next move. All right, we do have that on the board. Knight b to d7. And so far, this game is matching move for move the one game that we have in the database that resulted in a draw. That's not to say this one will. But in that game, after black plays knight b to d7, white's going to respond with knight b to d2, keeping things somewhat symmetrical. And after this, black would play, we're looking at the analysis, so let's just get it up to date. The last few moves, knight to d7, knight to d2, and now h6. Bishop to h4, just retreating with the bishop. Now knight to h5, very interesting. Knight to h5, rook to e1 with check, and then king to f8. Yeah, and already if we reach this position, it's starting already to look a little bit on the drawish side. I'm really hoping that we don't see a draw. I'm hoping that we get out of the game that we're currently playing soon. So that could very well happen. I mean, maybe on the next move. What other options are there? Bishop to h4 now? Just retreating with the bishop? It's almost like expecting that h6 is coming. Or bishop to c1. Oh my goodness. That is frightening. How on earth can you actually play bishop to c1? Even though the engine likes knight to h4 more, don't you think knight to d2 is more accurate? Oh, now, right now. Or more natural, you said. Yeah, I think so. I think knight to d2 is very, very natural move. What did you say? That the engine suggests knight to h4 now. Oh yeah, you're right. Knight to h4. Well, what does knight to h4 achieve? Knight to h4 is threatening, playing, I guess, knight to f5, attacking the bishop, and then kind of forcing the bishop to retreat because there's a fork. I think what's happening is that knight to h4 wants to be played now because it might not be possible later on. So for example, all right, let's head over. We do have knight to d2 on the board. But out of curiosity, if you did play knight to h4, and then we saw h6, for example, you can actually, oh, this is pretty cool. You can play the very surprising knight to f5 now, hanging your bishop and attacking black's bishop on d6. And here you're actually allowing another kind of tactic where you capture with the bishop, and after king takes, you do have a check. So you can regain that and also a little bit more momentum with the white pieces. This is interesting. Let's just pull this up on the analysis board. This is something that maybe Gukesh could have spent a little bit of time thinking. But I agree, not the most natural move to play. You have one knight that remains undeveloped that you need to get out, right? So knight to d2 makes a lot of sense. But if you play knight to h4 now, and you say, okay, well, I'm going to kick your bishop, you just ignore it, and you play knight to f5, allow your bishop to hang, but black's bishop's hanging. So tactically, black can just say, well, I'm going to lose a bishop. Let me sacrifice it with check. Captures back, takes, but now you regain the pawn that you lost when black sacrificed the bishop on h2 by capturing on g7, king to f8, and then you just move back to f5 with your knight. And this is slightly better for white. And now you can always play knight to d2 at a later stage now. Yeah, I can see why this, you've got this advanced knight. It's very active. Maybe that's some of the rationale behind playing a move like knight to h4. But in any event, Gukesh didn't play that. He plays knight to d2 instead, symmetrically for the time being. And we have Ding with the black pieces needing to decide what he's going to follow up with. h6 now is pretty non-threatening for black. You don't have any of the tactics around this knight maneuver because, of course, white is behind a tempo. And you just have to retreat with the bishop. And now, it's interestingly enough, it's actually black who can play knight to h5. And I guess threatening to play knight to f4. And you have to be a little careful in terms of how you defend against that. You can't play a move like g3. If you play g3, disaster, because g5, which is surprisingly not as bad in terms of what the engine thinks of it. I mean, it's pretty terrible. You're going to lose a piece, but you are going to get 2 pawns. Yeah, we're not expecting to see that. But knight to f1, and I guess you are... Now this knight can come in, which is interesting. Yeah. Okay, knight to e5. You can play this though. This is useful. And then g5. Now you're jumping forward. Just retreat the bishop to g3. Knight takes g3. Knight takes g3. And yeah, things are still more or less equal. It's going to be difficult for either of the players to come out with an edge. And black is overextended too, yeah. In that previous line that we looked at. I would like to do a little passage of play where we maybe ignore the engine just to get our brains working. I use the engine a lot in these games. It's a really good guide when you're doing commentary. I mean, I really admire some of the commentators on the other channel. They just, they're so strong that most of the moves that they come up with are correct, but it's very easy to make mistakes when you're doing analysis, just missing small details. But that said, it's also nice to spend some time just looking at a position and just considering what you would do. I mean, I guess often what I do when I'm doing analysis, I'll use the engine for the first like 1 or 2 moves, and then I'm like, oh, okay, I figure out what the idea is behind a move. But sometimes it's actually too abstract and it's too long-term to be able to fully appreciate what the engine is suggesting. And it takes a little bit of time to kind of fiddle. It's a lot easier if it's a 1 or 2, 3 move combination where you're like, oh, okay, there's a tactic here. But if it isn't that and it's something sort of more of a positional idea that offers some kind of strategic long-term advantage, it's very, very difficult sometimes to fully appreciate the engine because it's so deep, it's really thinking super far into the future. The depth right now on this engine is 25 moves. So that is a lot further than I can calculate, obviously. The real one has joined us. Welcome to you. Hello, let's go Ding. All right, we've got a Ding supporter in the chats. Kramnik does game recaps without engines. Love those too. Yeah, that is great. Say what you will about Kramnik. I actually watched one of his recaps the other day and I found it incredibly insightful. And that's another thing that people don't know about Gukesh. I think he reached Grandmaster status without any consultation from engines. I think he only started looking at engines when he was like 14 or 15. And considering he's 18 now, that was just 4 years ago. It's incredible that was the foundation for his chess playing careers, is just starting without any help from engines and just purely instruction, which obviously has worked out very well for him. And now I think on top of that, having the aid of engines the last 4-5 years of his career has just meant that he went from really good to exceptional, basically overnight. I can't find any place where Ding is supported. Yeah, I guess, you know what the thing is about Ding is that he would have a lot of support, but mostly on like Chinese platforms, right? And because YouTube is primarily English speaking, well, no, not necessarily, but it's not where the majority of Chinese audiences are. So Indian supporters, on the other hand, are very present. I mean, you look at ChessBase India, huge support. So that's probably one of the reasons. But if you went onto like actual, Chinese speaking commentary on what is the Chinese social media? Yeah, whatever that is. That's probably where you're going to find it. I think it's more political. Yeah, could be. It could be. That said, I mean, Ding is also very well liked. I know on Reddit, people really love Ding. They love Gukesh and Ding. I mean, both of these guys are some of the most likable people in chess. And yeah, I mean, my position is that I lean towards Gukesh. I'm supporting Gukesh just because I think it would be so good for chess in general if we had another Indian world champion. Ding has been world champion for China in terms of representing China, which I think has also been really, really good for chess the last year. But I think it would also be very good for Gukesh to take the win. That said, I have a feeling that if we start seeing Gukesh like stringing a couple of wins in a row, then I might kind of change my allegiance and I might start supporting Ding. Just because, he is such a nice guy. I might just flip-flop back and forth. Ding is a bit too disrespected due to his bad form. I'm in for Ding too. Yeah, it's understandable. I think a lot of people just feel bad for him. He's such a strong player. And I mean, you look at his rating right now. 27, 28. He's lost, like 80 points. I don't know what his peak was. It was close to maybe 100 points from where he is now. He's just been on a little bit of a downward spiral. And I think, yeah, people have maybe kind of written him off in terms of what he can provide in terms of quality chess. But after the first game, that changed. After the first game, people were like, whoa, Ding came to play. We have a proper match on our hands. So, yeah. All right, so it is Ding to move with the black pieces. H6, king to f8, a5, even a move. A5 is a move that we haven't really looked at too much. And I guess even a5, b5 possibly? Can you respond with a4? Just saying, I don't know if I want to allow b5. b5 is almost too much. Getting a pawn storm going, especially with the bishop on d6. If you allow black to play a5, b5, and then suddenly make b4 happen, you're really extending a lot, and white isn't really doing all that much to stop that. You need to, at some point, start considering breaking down these connected pawns on the D and C file. So, but yeah, from Ding's perspective, maybe a5 is a little bit more of an attractive prospect. Guess you respond with a4 and then h6 now. h6 bishop to h4, knight to h5. Yeah, this knight to h5 move is also something that we looked at a little bit before, and it feels a bit irritating. I wonder if there's a way of preventing this little knight maneuver. Because it feels like you might end up trading, which we saw in some lines, your dark square bishop for the knight. Because this knight, even though they say a knight on the rim is grim, this is actually suddenly turning into a dangerous piece because of the fact that knight to f4 at some point, it's not very easy to defend. If you allow knight to d4, there's some potential for knight to e2. You can defend against that, like play king to f1, but suddenly this knight is quite active, and with the bishop where it is on h4, you still can't kick it away because of the fact that you're going to trap your bishop. So you have to be a little bit careful here if you're Gukesh. Okay, let's take a look at the comments again. We have the real one saying he is Asian, another culture, and we should understand it, as many in Europe understand and tolerate the African one. Yeah, I agree. Okay, so a4. h7 hangs if knight to h5. Let's take a look at that. Oh, yeah. But if you start with h6 first, also h7 doesn't really hang if you, for example, play, because you're going to trap your bishop. So if black doesn't play this and plays something like a5, and then you just retreat your bishop, then say, let's make a move. b5? Okay, let's make a move b5. Oh, no. Now let's play chair. Okay, knight to h5. You can't capture this pawn, because if you take, you're going to trap your bishop with g6, and you can't escape. And then the king's just going to wander over here and eat your bishop for free. So this actually is a very famous trap that Fischer himself fell into. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that might have been the first game of that World Chess Championship match against Spassky. And everyone was like, what on earth was he doing? Why did he play that? And he just captured a pawn like this. And this is always a good little tactic to watch out for, where you can't capture the h7 pawn because it's poisoned. Yeah. Okay, so I guess it would be interesting to see what Ding is calculating the differences between. b5 now is also an option. Just immediately playing b5. If you immediately play b5, what can you actually do? All right, you throw in a check, let's say. King to f8, and now knight to e5. Ooh, knight to e5. That's interesting. And now a5. Wow. This is tricky. This is actually a little tricky. The engine still says, oh, white's doing great here, but it does feel a little bit scary with this pawn storm coming on the queen side. Especially if black can get organized and start pushing these pawns and opening things up along the a file. I mean, if you have a situation where the a file's open, then black might have enough to have a pretty scary attack. But I guess, okay, knight to f1, rerouting the knights. b4. Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. But it's also really irritating when you see the engine just saying, I don't care, doesn't matter. It's not a significant threat, when from a human perspective it looks a little scary. Okay, bishop to f4. Bishop to f4, not bishop to f5. Rook to a6. Huh. Yeah, and this is another thing that you see black just kind of allowing this tension, just saying, well, I don't have to do anything just yet. This is one of the things that we saw in the previous game. No, in game 3, the one that Ding lost, where he left his bishop. It was, I think he was playing with the black pieces, and he left the black bishop on c2, just indefinitely, thinking that he was going to be able to escape, and then something changed in the position once Gukesh had played bishop to g3, and it became possible for the bishop to get trapped. And this is always the point, I guess, with creating threats. Threats that don't seem like you need to worry about them right now, but then when enough changes, those threats become extremely dangerous. Okay, the time controls are just about equal. Ding, 1 hour and 35 minutes on the clock, and Gukesh with 1 hour and 37 minutes. Let's back up to the position as it stands now. And I can understand why Ding's thinking here, because of the fact there are numerous options. You can play h6, you can play king to f8, anticipating rook to e1, you can play b5, you can even play a5. All of these are options, and it's about Ding deciding, which one of these, again, is going to offer me some chances, possibly with the black pieces, but also make sure that I'm not walking into any massive threats. Okay, after bishop takes h7, if g6, trying to trap the bishop, rook to e1, king moves, then g4. Okay. All right, let's take a look. At what point though do you want to capture? Because right now you can't capture on you can't capture on h7, so you have to wait for this knight to move, right? So let's say knight to h5 now. Oh, actually you're right. Let's see. I think the line that I analyzed, there was some different moves played. So let's take a look. All right, takes king to f8. Oh, I see. Now you can't play g6 in this line. Yeah, that's right, because this bishop's over here. Okay, so let's just figure that out. Takes. All right, you want to trap. And now rook to e1, I see. And you can't play this way because you're getting mated. Or not mated, but knight to g7. And knight to g5 now. Okay. But it's tricky. Like, okay, you're not... Then what's... must be a long-term threat here. a5, rook to e3. Ah, okay, the rook left. Rook to e3, rook to f3. Yeah, now it's starting to become scary. I guess you're highlighting the fact that black is just a little bit behind in terms of offering some kind of defense. Pieces are not as developed as they could be. You'd love to be able to play a move like, well, not even bishop to e6. Yeah, rook to e3, rook to f3 maybe would be the idea. Let's try this. 6, rook to f3. And then, whoa, you actually have to sacrifice your bishop here on h2. Okay, this starts getting a little bit wild. The line that I was looking at before did not include that as a threat. And I wonder why. I guess I threw in king to f8 first. Maybe, okay, maybe this is a consideration if black would like to play knight to h5, is just to keep an eye on this situation by starting with king to f8. So let's say a4. And what happens if you play knight to h5 now? Yeah, you can still capture. It's dangerous, but you can still capture. g6. And now g4. Ah, chasing the knight back to g7, and then the same kind of setup. Well, actually, with the knight on g7, you're not able to pick up the bishop. It just feels like long-term, this bishop might come off at some point, but what white is counting on is the fact that there's going to be compensation for that. But yeah, I just feel like these are complications that we're not going to see on the board because neither player wants to go for some kind of crazy risky line. And especially Ding, if he knows that there's the potential for this bishop to take this pawn without any real consequences, he's not going to be remotely encouraged to play knight to h5. And also a much more natural move here is to start off with h6, so this pawn is no longer hanging. Bishop to h4, now b5. Yeah. g4 is critical before the bishop check. Ah. Yeah. Yeah, I think we looked at that in that previous line for sure. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's very interesting to see that, and it's something that I have seen before, where you try and trap a bishop on h7, and then you unwittingly walk into some possible mating threats by opening up the dark squares. So, but yeah, I really doubt that we're going to see anything like that. Also, there would be fear from Ding after he got his bishop trapped before. He won't risk it. Yeah, I just think it's an unnecessary risk. I think that knight to h5 is a move that we might see later on, but Ding will do whatever he needs to prepare it if he really wants to play it. And I mean, looking at it, it seems like a sensible move, especially if you can kick this bishop back and kind of reroute the knight, try and get it on f4 at some point, try and exchange Black's strong dark square bishop for the knight. That would probably be something that would benefit Ding more than anything.
Like this, and
all right, I'm going to take a quick break. We'll be back in a sec. Hey, Kanish is in the chat. Welcome. No apologies necessary. We have just been waiting on Ding to make a move. See, hopefully, if we can get some magic happening. Maybe a little bit of an update. If you're just joining us, what did we see out of the opening? We did have a French exchange variation. And then it was quite interesting. We had this advanced pawn, not the most common move, playing c4, but it was on the board. Bishop retreats, developing the bishop to d6, queen with a check on e2, an exchange of queens, and then castles, another exchange of rooks, bishop to g5, knight to d7, and knight to d2. And now we're waiting on Ding to decide what he's going to do next. He has been thinking for a little bit longer than usual. Spent quite a lot of time on this next move. We do have one game in the database that has reached this position on move 14, and in that game, h6 was played, threatening to eat the bishop on g5. And white would very likely just respond with bishop to h4. And in this game, knight to h5 was played. One of the lines that we were looking at is potentially getting your bishop trapped if, for example, you didn't play h6 and you wanted to capture the h7 pawn, that you would have to be a little bit careful. I was looking at one such line where the bishop would get trapped. But if the bishop, the dark square bishop, is on this diagonal, it's quite possible that if you play a move like g6, that you could put the dark square bishop on h6, and then it becomes a little bit messy, a little bit complicated. Complications that we would expect both players would not be too interested in getting involved in. And in that game, the white continued with rook to e1 check, king to f8, knight to f1, g5, bishop to g3, takes, knight takes, knight takes, bishop takes g3, and then h takes g3, knight to f6, and then a4 now. And you can see why, looking at this position, it ended in a draw. Not a whole lot going on here. What would be more exciting in this position with black to move is a move like b5, opening things up, trying to go for a pawn storm on the queen side. We've already got these advanced pawns. If we got a couple more pawns working together, we might get a bit of momentum on the queen side, and if we saw that, anything could happen. I think the idea behind the g4 move attacking the knight before directly attacking is to juggle your knight to h4, then push f4, and juggle the other knight to g3, ultimately pushing f5. Ah, okay. So you're wanting to get like a bit of a pawn storm going from white's perspective or from black's perspective? Let's take a look. Okay, g4. You wanted to play g4. Or did you want to play g4 with the white pieces or the black pieces in that line? Oh, this is the line for trapping the bishop. I see. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see if that line does appear on the board. We can go into a little bit more detail, but for the time being, we're just waiting on Ding to decide what his next move will be. Is he going to play h6? Is he going to play king to f8? Is he going to play a5 or b5? Each one of these options requires a lot of like serious calculating, brain power. And considering you have 2 hours for those first 40 moves, there are going to be some points where you need to take time. And it's especially important in a position like this where the risks for both players are not huge. So you can afford to take time. One of the commentators, or at least one of the press, asked Ding this question, like, has he been a little bit more aware of the fact that his time might be an issue after flagging in that third game? And he was comparing it to the fourth game, which completely different in terms of how the time affects the players and what's actually happening when you're looking at time pressure. You have to look at the position first. Is the position difficult to navigate? Is it complicated? Does it require calculation? Could things fall apart quickly? Is it risky? If the answer to all of those questions is yes, then time's going to be an issue. And that's exactly what we saw in the third game. But in yesterday's game, today's game, you're not really expecting time to be as much of a factor. Kanishka, you doing some studying today as well? Now that it's Saturday, or is today your day off? Oh, you just took a break from studying. Very nice. Yeah, I guess Saturday is a good day for studying in some ways because you don't have any classes and you can sort of study at your own pace. Usually I would like to study at least 6 hours on a weekend, like each day. Oh, okay, 6 hours each day. Oh, that's very good. What are you studying, out of curiosity? Okay, so back to Swastik 004. Are you talking about right now? If Ding plays knight to h5 right now on the next move? Because if he does, then you capture, right? But what's interesting here... Yes, okay. All right, this actually is an interesting line, because if you capture right now, I was saying, okay, g6, which is actually very, very good for white, which is interesting. Rook to e1 check. King to f8. I guess you throw in a check. The knight retreats to g7. But there's something better, which is interesting. Yeah. Oh, is this the part that you're talking about? Okay, so you throw in a check. And now you have to... Oh, I see. You have to play g4 now. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Okay. It's very important. Then the knight comes back. Now knight to h4. In order for white to maintain their advantage. All right. We do have a move. Let's jump over to the players and we can see if we find this on the board. Okay. So sad. We don't. That's unfortunate. Okay, Kanishka is saying, while I'm in high school, so I was just studying some physics. Awesome. Oh, check. No, before check g4. Oh, okay. All right, let's go g4 first. So g6. Before check, we immediately start with g4. The knight to g7 still. But now we throw in a check. According to the engine, now you throw in a check. Now the king comes to f8. And then either h4 or knight to h4. Yeah, so I think the thing, I was like looking at this, seeing that things are getting a little bit complicated. But if you play h4 now, knight to b6. Sorry. Knight to b6. Ah, okay, that's really interesting. Yeah, I guess with this current setup, the king can't ever try and pick up the bishop on h7. So let's try h5. White's oh, I see. Okay, I see the point now. All right. I was very confused by this line that you're describing, and now I see why it's winning for white. It's just taking me a little bit of time. Okay, let's say g6. You're immediately going to start off with g4. Knight to g7. Rook to e1 check. King shuffles across. And let's try h4. And the idea is that you start pushing these pawns and you're able to bust open these pawns, which allows the white bishop to save itself. The other move here, which I don't understand yet, is knight to h4. First, this might be a sacrifice. Let's see, knight to e6. Okay, wanting the king to come across. And now, yeah, this is the line. You actually sacrifice your... Is that right? Oh, no. First, you throw in a check. Okay, you throw in a check, driving the king away. And now, bishop takes g6. Okay, bishop takes g6. And you can't take back because of the fact that knight's hanging. Got it. Okay. Really, really interesting line. Really interesting line. Yeah, that's a fun one. And often, like, it's so easy to look at this on face value and just be like, your bishop's trapped. But the details really do matter. And you have to do a lot of calculating and spend quite a bit of time. Oh, I don't have the analysis board up. Sorry, guys. Let me just show this line again. I'll pull it up on the big board because it's kind of interesting. So here we have h6. Sorry. If in this position, black instead played h5 instead of h6, and you capture this pawn, and then the idea is like, oh no, I want to try and trap the bishop, and you play g6. Okay, so now the bishop's trapped. You can start off with g4, attacking the knight. The knight retreats to g7. You throw in a check. King moves across because it would like to capture the bishop at some point. Knight to h4. And now you have to be quite careful because once this bishop comes in, you're limiting the movement of black's king. So you play knight to e6 to allow the king to kind of get out of the way, back to the e-file, and also disrupt the attack of the rook on the e-file. So you throw in a check, the king moves, and here the devastating bishop takes on g6, and if you take back, you're hanging your knight. Which is a very long explanation of why you can't start off with knight to h5. We finally got the answer. Sorry. Okay, this is the live board. Bishop has retreated. And now, knight to h5 is possible. Now you can play knight to h5 because there's no risk of losing a pawn because the pawn's no longer on h7. So, and now you really don't want to play a move like g4 because it doesn't really achieve anything except for messing up your pawn structure. Also just allows this knight to jump in immediately. I'm wondering, like, if you just play g4 right now, knight to f4 is coming. And suddenly, not only is there a hole on e2, there's also a hole on h3. Both of these moves just unnecessarily allowing this knight to get super active. So really no reason to play g4 yet. Other moves, you could play a4. Just keeping an eye on this b5 pawn push. This knight can jump in here. Yeah. Now it feels like, okay, so if you do play knight to h5 with the intention of wanting to play knight to f4. Okay, let's play knight to f1. Yeah, this line's just boring, to be honest. It's not very exciting. But Ding might be saying, that's perfect. That's exactly what I want. I don't want exciting. I want boring. Boring's good. All right, Kanishk says, but overall I have to study 10 subjects. Oh my gosh. I'm so glad that I'm no longer in high school. Whereas high school, I didn't do physics. I did history and music, which I studied after school. And then I also did, what was my, computer studies. Those were the 3 subjects that I studied. And then English, Afrikaans, which is a second language required in South Africa. And maths. If you're really bad at maths, you can do math lit in South Africa, which some people chose to do. And in many ways, much more practical version of maths for most people who aren't going to do, say, engineering. Swastik 004, are you in college? Oh, also welcome. Sorry, I didn't say hi to Mirhazad Mystery. Welcome to you. Thank you for letting me know that you couldn't see the analysis board. Sometimes I get ahead of myself. Ah, fresher. Where are you from? Is that like, when you say fresher, is that like freshman? All right, now it's worth noting there is a little bit of a gap emerging with Ding playing with the black pieces, taking quite a bit of time here. So 26-minute difference between the two. I, again, don't think that this is going to be a massive factor in this game. But if there is a situation where there's a misstep, especially if it's by Ding, it could become a factor. If he plays one or two inaccuracies, which I would probably imagine to be quite unlikely, then the time situation might become more of a factor. What would be really nice and a positive move, I think, for Ding to play is to play a move like b5. b5, I wonder a5, this is playable now. Yeah, both of these pawn pushes are interesting. Okay, we do have a move on the board. Let's jump to the players. Ding about to... Oh, cool. Okay, so that's interesting. They call it whoa, okay, so we have the move that we spent quite a bit of time calculating, except now it's considerably less risky because of the fact that we played h6. So the move on the board, unfortunately not a5. That would have been nice to see. We have knight to h6. Sorry, knight to h5. And still following the main line of the one game that has reached this position, 16 moves. We have yet to get to the point of playing an original game. Mark didn't bet on anyone today. He said after yesterday's game, he was like, nah, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that anymore. So now he's watching Deadpool versus Wolverine with his wife. I think Ding calculated what we saw on the analysis board. Yes, I agree. I absolutely agree. I think he realized that it was a bit of a mess. But at the end of that line, White was the one who had a significant advantage. And he realized, okay, and I can't allow Gukesh to capture on h7. It's not going to be good for me. Let me start off with h6 first. Spot on. Yeah, knight to h5 on the board. Man, I was kind of hoping for a little bit more, excitement in this game. But there's still a lot of chess to be played. It's not over yet. And hopefully we can see some madness. That said, I mean, actually, the most exciting part of this game so far has been the line that Swastik 004 looked at, which was capturing, which I, full disclosure, completely dismissed because I was like, oh, you just lose your bishop. But as it turns out, that move was much riskier than I initially thought. And that's why h6 happened first. Ding avoiding all of the complications of that line, saying, let me just get this pawn out of the way, kick the bishop out of the way, and then I can play knight to h5. Kanish says, I think this will most likely be a draw. Yeah, agreed. So do they also in India call it like your first year, your freshman year? That's interesting. Or is it just fresher? Yeah, in South Africa, we don't really use terms like that. I know it's like, what, sophomore year and all of those things. They use that in America. But in South Africa, it's like, we just say what grade you're in or what year you're in. I'm in my first year at university. And we typically don't use college either. We don't use it interchangeably with university, which I think they do in the States. Okay, you just call it fresh on the first year. Yeah, the term sophomore is not used here much. Ah, okay. That makes sense. I have to say, like, full disclosure, I had no interest in ever traveling to India. My friend was always like, oh, we should go to India. And I was like, no, I'm not really interested in it. But now, from you guys saying, telling me some of the places where you are in India and seeing the pictures, I'm like, whoa, it actually really looks quite beautiful in some areas. It's always tricky. I mean, it's the same. You could say the same about Cape Town. There are some incredibly beautiful places in Cape Town, and then there's some areas that if you go there, you're looking for serious trouble because they're dangerous. If you go to like Manenberg in Cape Town or like Khayelitsha, you have to be super careful. It's very, very dangerous there. It's like high levels of violent crime. But then if you go to Table Mountain, or if you go into like any of the sort of upmarket suburbs, you would think that you're in, you know, some kind of like first world country in Europe somewhere, which is often the case. I think wherever you go in the world, there's some areas that are nice and other areas that are not nice. But yeah, some of the scenery in India is just beautiful. Okay, so rook to e1, I guess it needs to come at some point. Rook to e1 can kind of be played at any point. And what's nice about rook to e1 is that you do take control of the e-file. And it's kind of not really something that black is prepared to contest for, because of the fact that the rook that might want to challenge white's rook on e1 is pretty much out of the game for the time being. That'll change, you know, especially if you can play a move like b5, maybe get the bishop on b7 and then bring the rook across. But it also might be black's intent to play knight to f6 and allow the bishop to develop along this diagonal. Let's take a look at the comments. Just learn a bit of Hindi before going, because usually the street vendors try to scam you because they know you don't know the language. Yeah, that's also a common theme in like if you're going to a foreign country. It's hilarious. Here it is more about getting ripped off or scammed than threatening dangers. Okay, that's interesting. Just saying that all people are bad, but there are certainly some people who try to take advantage of foreigners. Yeah, definitely. And I mean, up until maybe a couple of years ago, I wasn't very experienced traveling. And when I went on a 3-month travel through Southeast Asia, and then I started to realize, oh, okay, there's definitely people out there that prey on foreigners. They know that, like you said, they don't know the language. They don't understand how things work. And it can be a bit overwhelming also being in a new country. So they take advantage of that. And again, that happens all around the world. So it happens in Cape Town, it happens in Egypt. When I went to Egypt, Cairo is huge. If you go to the pyramids, it's just a tourist trap. The amount of people that come up to you and, you know, trying to give you something and then say, oh, no, it's actually, you have to pay for it after the fact. They're a little bit disingenuous there. But we also met some lovely people in Egypt, you know. So that seems to be the case around the world. If you have a bad experience, I mean, it's possible that you just encountered sort of not great people. Okay, we have a line after rook to e1 plus king to f8. Engine gives a bit of advantage to black. Is that so? All right, let's put that on the board. Let's see. Oh yeah, you're right. But it's just fractional. It's like tiny, tiny, tiny. Yeah, it's basically equal. I think if you maybe allow Stockfish to play with us a little bit longer, it'll probably find that it's more equal than anything. Okay, knight to f1, knight d to f6. One of the things that I was looking about that I didn't realize, and I think something that maybe discouraged Ding from playing b5 or a5 immediately, is the fact that the bishop doesn't need to come to b7. I keep saying bishop to b7. Actually, now if you develop the knights this way, by kind of shuffling them across, suddenly that opens up the option for the bishop finally to get off its starting square by developing along this diagonal. And if we can get that happening, then the rook can enter the game, can challenge the rook on e1, and black's pieces are starting to look quite powerful, actually. Okay, so bishop takes f6, knight takes f6, and a4. Where we play a4. Wow, h5 is also a move here. Okay. Cool. And then knight to e5. a5. At what point does this bishop come out? That's the question I have. Okay, let's play a couple more moves. g3, which you can play now without any serious problems. g3, g6, knight to e3. Let's see if I can find any bishop moves in this line. All right, if we jump way ahead in this analysis. Yeah. Okay, so it seems that this bishop doesn't really have much intention in terms of developing in any other direction other than on this diagonal. All right, so Ding thinking what to do. I would kind of still expect him to throw in a check first. But he's probably looking ahead a little and trying to decide if there's anything else. Knight to f1 is a critical move to keep equality. Yeah. And it's also a bit of a tricky move to bear in mind. Okay, so you throw in a check, king moves, and now let's say knight to f1. Knight to f1, I guess you can still play just g5, chasing the bishop back. And now takes, knight takes, bishop takes, and then h takes. Oh, sorry, h takes. So I wonder what happens if you don't play that. If you don't play knight to f1, I get knight to f1 helps because of the fact that you have another option in terms of recapturing. No, I understand why now. Okay, because here, black wants to capture the dark square bishop. Dark square bishop's pretty valuable. And after you capture back, you might say, okay, well, you have the bishop pair, right? If you're playing with the black pieces. But this knight is very strong. Very, very strong. And black is not really incentivized to allow this knight to be jumping around. I mean, it has very solid square f5. It can also play knight to h5. And if you play a move like knight to f5, sorry, let's just say let's play b5, okay? Allowing knight to f5 is a disaster because of the fact that you're attacking the h6 pawn and this knight is just super, super strong. Also, your bishop's hanging. So you can't deal with both of these threats at the same time. And to avoid any of that from unfolding, black's just like, whatever, I'm just going to take. You take with the h pawn and things are equal. So that maybe gives us a bit of an inkling of why it's so important to play knight to f1, is so that if this exchange takes place, the knight remains on g3, and which it needs to be picked off. So yeah. All right, let's take a look at the comments. Have you watched the movie Oppenheimer? No, not yet. It's on my watch list. Me neither. Actually, haven't seen it either. And I did a video on the game between Oppenheimer and Einstein. There's a very famous chess game played between Oppenheimer and Einstein. If I'm not mistaken, it might be the Roy Lopez. And it might be one of the lines where white sacrifices a pawn temporarily and then is able to gain a big advantage later on in the middle game, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it's quite an exciting game. If you want to see a fun game, go and take a look at that. Oppenheimer versus Einstein. Really cool. Swastik 004 says, I have a test tomorrow. We'll miss tomorrow's game probably. Wow, that's interesting. On a Sunday. Tests on a Sunday. That's not fun. All right, let's head back to the position as it stands. We're still waiting on Gukesh. It's down to 1 hour and 23 minutes. Still plenty of time to make 24 moves, but he is taking his time here. So the engine's kind of updated a little bit and now suggesting that instead of rook to e1 here, there are some other alternatives. You can actually play knight to f1 immediately. And now, okay, now knight d to f6, allowing this bishop to kind of free up options. And then knight to e5, just jumping forward, g5, bishop to g3, knight takes g3, and knight takes g3. And I guess the difference in this position is that before we had the same setup where we were saying the knight on g3 is like actually super strong because it can jump in to f5. But now you can't do that. Well, you can just exchange. And the threat of capturing and this bishop hanging at the same time, it's just neutralized because you can just exchange this bishop. Yeah, so this is another possibility that we might see. Instead of starting with rook to e1, first jumping in with a knight to f1. What about pawn to a4? Rook can always go to e1. If white plays pawn a4, it's an interesting move. All right, so we have knight to h5 and now pawn to a4 here. I think pawn to a4 is also completely reasonable. And it does prevent black from playing b5, which, to be honest, I don't know now if Ding is really that interested in playing b5. It feels like if he wanted to play it, he could have played it on the previous move, but I still think a4 is fine. a4 is good. Yeah, I'm trying to think what you would respond with. I guess now you play a5 if you're playing with the black pieces. And then we get like a similar setup, a very similar line, but just now instead with these two pawns on a4 and a5, which I think will have almost no impact on the line that we looked at before. Okay, Unknown Monster. Oh, actually, I just read your comment. That's interesting. Welcome. I haven't seen you in the chat before. Nice to have you. Ah, Mark Orwood says, I'm still watching my movie. It is looking drawish this time too. Will make me feel better if they draw again, lol. Yeah. All right, a4, then g5. Bishop to g3 then takes, as there's no... Ah, okay, let's try this. That's interesting. So, okay, let's take a look here. That's interesting. a4, and now g5. Bishop to g3, knight takes g3, and then you just have to take h-pawn. And what do you do now? Because you don't have this knight. The knight on it hasn't rerouted to f1 to recapture. So what compensation do you have for these double pawns? Knight to b8. Okay, that's odd. So black wants to play knight to b8. That's wild. Let's play something more natural. Knight to f6. Knight to f6 makes sense. Opening up this bishop. And now knight to f1. Still knight to f1. And I guess the deal here is that you're wanting to reroute the knight to e3 this time and not capturing on g3. That would be my suspicion. Okay, rook to b8. Knight to e3. Yeah, okay, so that's right. And then king to f8. And I guess things are pretty equal. Knight to f5. Bishop takes f5, bishop takes f5, a5, and then now do you just want to play rook move? I guess there is a threat in this position of black wanting to play b5 now, and if you take rook takes, there's suddenly pressure on the b file, and if you defend, then there's actually some nasty tactics here. So let's say king to f1. How terrible... Oh, I guess you don't, because you're going to hang this pawn. But let's just see. Oh, no, you're not. You're not, because you can capture back with a rook. And now you are threatening to capture on b2. Rook to a2. Ah, okay. Okay, and then this situation kind of solves itself. I was thinking you have to be careful because if you play rook to b1, there's bishop to a3. Yeah, what about bishop to a? Oh, you can just take. What am I talking about? Oh, because the bishop's on f5 back defending. Oh, man, that's always the one that I fall for. That's so funny. Let me pull this up. All right, actually, we're not going to pull this up because we have some moves on the board. All right, so we did have one of the lines that we looked at, rook to e1 check, and then the king just shuffles across to f8. Ah, that was so funny. All right, check. King moves across, and now knight to f1 still a move because of the threat of g5. And bishop to d8. Wow, there's a move I wouldn't find. Bishop to d8. Check out this move. Just jumping into enemy territory. d6. And I guess you just capture now. Takes. Yeah, I guess, what does this achieve? If you play this move, it's basically saying, well, okay, you're not going to be able to play g5 now. g5 isn't as effective. And if you want to develop your knight, I'm just going to capture. So it's allowing white to stay on this diagonal. It's actually kind of quite creative. Membrane Potential says, at Kanishk, while I got scammed, quotes, a lot in India, it's usually some auto wala asking for €2 for a ride. I see. I'm happy to pay that foreigner tax. Yeah, that's something I noticed when I was in Bali as well. You know, people really charge you like a little bit of a fortune. But if you use, like, in Bali and in Thailand, they have Bolt. I used to use that a lot and just hop on the back of one of those scooters, or you just hire a scooter, which is also not super expensive. Oh, okay. In India, use Ola or Uber or Rapido. Nice. That's cool. We also have Uber here. That's the main one that people use. I don't think there's really anything else. But it's expensive. It's super expensive. It's become more expensive as well. Oh, the rate is fixed. I see. Yeah, it's always like frustrating because it's subject to more abuse when people can just set their own price. They can take one look at you and kind of decide. But that's the one good thing that you can say about having apps. It's difficult. You know, these guys are out there. They're not making a fortune necessarily as taxi drivers, so they need to make money somehow. It would be just better if they were able to sort of charge an even rate and still make a living. But as you say, foreign attacks, you know, what are you going to do? Okay, so Gukesh to move now with the white pieces. Knight to f1, still a move. And just allowing black to play g5. We just get the same thing that we saw before. Takes, takes, takes. And maybe more likely that white is going to end in accepting that this is going to be a draw. I think actually the truth is that if Gukesh plays knight to f1, knight to f1 is essentially accepting an exchange where two minor pieces are removed, which is significantly higher chance that there's going to be a draw. So if we do see knight to f1, this might be a little bit of sort of a more passive option for white, even though it's the engine's best move. A3 is another option. A4 is an option, which at least says, okay, I'm going to keep pieces on the board for the time being. But now G5, I mean, you're basically walking into this one way or another. Knight takes, and now A5 to F1. I actually prefer this. I prefer this line because of the fact that at least one of those exchanges takes place, which is basically unavoidable. And then the other one isn't. I wonder if it's possible to... Nah, you can't really do anything. Oh, I guess this is the only way to save the bishop, is to play bishop to d8. And even that's temporary. Okay, let's play knight to e5 out of curiosity here. Knight to g8. Whoa, there's a move. Okay, we just shuffle the knight across and g5 now. Knight to e3. A3. Feels like, why doesn't this bishop want to come out and then just sort of force white to decide what the plan is for this bishop on d8, which is on a, not a, like actually a terrible square, but the problem is that you can't I feel like you just have to, you're going to lose this bishop at some point because you can't save this bishop. If you go along this diagonal, you're looks like you're just getting trapped. Yeah. Not trapped, but I mean, this would not be a good exchange. If this bishop ended up on b4 and there was an exchange and you had to capture the c pawn, it would be bad. Because then you'd have this d4 pawn isolated and it would be difficult to defend. I mean, 150 rupees is a lot over here. It's just that it's not a lot in dollars or euros. Ah, yeah, that's true. But in India, okay, I already read that. Knight to e5. If takes, rook can always take on e5, and then b3 is so dangerous. All right, let's take a look at that. That's interesting. Are you talking about knight to e5 right now? D takes e, bishop to c5. Yeah. Knight takes e5, takes with a rook, did you say? Oh, I don't think you can take with a rook because it's being defended. Do you mean knight to e5 in a different line? Just give me the moves that lead up to knight to e5 so I can see. Hey, Maherzad Mystery says, my 8-year-old son Vian is also watching. Vian, welcome to you. Hopefully you're having a very good day and enjoying the chess. Are you going to be a future chess maestro? Glad you're enjoying it. Interesting. Yeah, so it seems, I think the problem with playing knight to e5 right now, if you're like, okay, cool, I'm going to jump in, I want to play aggressively, get this knight. It's being defended twice, it's being attacked twice, no problems. After knight takes, you have to take with a pawn, and when the bishop comes to c5, this bishop is so well placed along this diagonal. You would like to defend this pawn, you want to play a move like f4, but now you can't. You actually have to move. In fact, you have to do a lot of preparation for f4 because of the fact that f4 is hanging. You can't prepare by playing g3 because then your bishop hangs. It gets complicated very quickly. So yeah, it's very, very risky allowing this. And that's why the engine gives such a strong evaluation. Let's say knight to f3. Okay, now you're defending it twice, so maybe that's a little bit better. But g5 immediately. Bishop to g3. Can capture, but you can even play b5 now. Yeah, b5 is scary, and now you see the real potency of the bishop pair, black's bishop pair, because now that the d4 pawn is no longer present, Black would really actually be okay with playing bishop to b7 and having both of these bishops working together along these long diagonals. It becomes quite scary. So yeah, that's not super attractive from White's perspective. All right, we do have a move. We actually have the move g4 on the board. Wow, okay, g4 I wasn't expecting. Interesting. Who was mentioning when we were looking at all of those? Oh, it was Swastik. We were looking at g4 in some of the lines where the bishop gets trapped on h7. And now we have it immediately, forcing this knight to decide where to go. You don't have even time to follow up with knight to f6. You have to decide, am I going to move back with my knight? Am I going to go back to knight to f6? Which just seems a little, you know, kind of redundant playing this move. Or the move the engine thinks is good is just jumping in immediately with a knight. And I looked at this already and thought, it's a bit weird because of the fact that this knight is so strong here, right? It's not quite as strong as if you hadn't played rook to e1, because the knight would then be able to jump into e2 as well as knight to h3 check. But for the time being, this knight is very nicely placed. So now we follow up with knight to f1. Knight to h3 check. The king moves forward to g2, back. And actually, this would be a very irritating way to get threefold repetition. So we might be in for a quick draw. And it might be the case that if Ding does say, okay, cool, well, I'm playing with the black pieces today, I don't mind. It's possible that Gukesh is kind of saying, let's rest and see what happens tomorrow. I don't know why he would do that with the white pieces. He should be going for it, but this would be an unfortunate way for the game to end. So just to jump to the analysis board so we can see what's going on here. Last move by Gukesh, he plays g4. Knight jumping into f4. If you play a move like knight to f1 now, you can throw in a check. King to g2, check. And we get draw by threefold repetition. Now, there are probably some ways to avoid this for Gukesh. Let's look at some other moves, not knight to f1. Let's try bishop to g3. This is also quite a natural move. But I guess, I mean, can we still get this thing here? I suppose we could, but it would only be if Gukesh said, okay, I don't mind. I want to take a breather. It's Saturday. I want to go hang out in Singapore, party a little bit. Not interested in playing a long game. Somehow, I don't think Gukesh is going to be happy with this. So he's going to look for something else. The only thing that I could think that might be also a little bit in the back of Gukesh's mind is what happened in the first game, where he felt like he had a little bit of an advantage. The advantage went away, but he still played aggressively and lost. That might be, I mean, a small consideration, but at least in this game, he at no point has he had a meaningful advantage out of the opening. Membrane Potential says, then again, I don't mind helping out my driver financially if I can. It's forever been a tension point between me and my Indian friends. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you think of someone who is like a taxi driver and does that for a living, they're not making a fortune, right? I think what goes a long way for me is the attitude of, if I'm getting an Uber, the attitude of the driver goes a long way. You know, if we get a conversation going and he's a friendly person and he's doing a good job, not driving like a maniac, his car is in working order, then, you know, tipping's easy. But if he doesn't check those boxes, then yeah, I might be a little less likely to tip like a big amount. All right, so Ding to play here. could just move back with his knight. I mean, do you really want to play this? Especially knowing that the engine actually likes g5. Wow. H takes, knight takes, that would make sense. And b5. Knight d to f3. And this might be a line where things can go a little bit wrong for black. Some really good activity. And let's see. Okay, bishop to f4. Wow. Oh wait, hold on, sorry. Bishop to f4. Then bishop to g3. Bishop takes g3, f takes g3, and then rook to b8. a3. It's preventing this pawn break, making sure that, and then I guess a5, preparing this pawn break. Knight to e5. Knight takes e5, rook takes e5, or d takes e5, sorry. D takes e5. And then knight to g8, just moving back. And yeah, things are still quite equal, but there is still at least some kind of imbalance. Where you've got the 4 to 3 pawn majority for black. Similarly to what we saw yesterday, there's like a little bit of imbalance with the pawn structure. And maybe something to play for here. Especially with black having these advanced pawns. Yeah. We might see an endgame of this kind. Yeah, so Ding, thinking about where to place his knight. Is he going to jump forward to f4? Knight's being attacked. He needs to decide what he's going to do with it. g5 is also a possibility. Okay, g5 I haven't looked at. In terms of the game, I think it's a dead draw. Yeah. Very likely. Let's just say, for argument's sake, that Ding goes crazy and he's like, I'm going to try and attack your bishop. No, I don't think he's going to do this. Bishop to f4. Oh, okay, well, this would be maybe the one reason why you might want to go for this with black is because you can get the bishop on f4. It's nicely supported by the g5 pawn. But now you have this pass pawn, which is very risky. Which is why I think Ding would not be interested in this. Let me just show this on the big board. Jump back. All right, so the one other option here after g4 is to respond with the black pieces by playing g5. Okay, you attacking my knight, I'm going to attack your bishop. In this instance, you sacrifice your bishop after you capture back. You take, but it's white-2's upper pawn. In compensation for that, black has bishop to f4, which is a very nice square for the bishop to be on. But this pawn is a pass pawn, and with a bishop along this diagonal, it's possible just to push this pawn, play h6, knight to f6, and I guess h7. And maybe it is the case that you're just able to recapture, probably. Yeah, I don't really see how you can actually defend this pawn now that I look at this position. King to g... Oh, wait, hold on. King to g7, sorry. And then knight to f1. Just basically saying, okay, I give up this piece. But you can't capture yet, or you shouldn't. Bishop to e6 first. I guess the idea is that you can capture this pawn at any point. You don't need to take it now. Why not play bishop to e6 first? Bring the rook into the game. Say knight to g3. Rook to h8, yeah, okay. And then h4. Trying to open things up. This looks even slightly scary for white, actually. G takes h, knight takes h, and then... Bishop takes g3. Yeah, things kind of fizzled a little bit. And then you can finally capture. And if you take back, then this is just... Yeah, this is a draw. Okay, so... still very drawish, but I think this is a kind of a complication that Ding is not going to be that interested in exploring. So we do have the move that we expected. Ding has played knight to f4 on the board. So let's get that up. There it is. Kanish says, wow, we just got a message that we have an online class today in 20 minutes. Oh man, that sucks. Good for your education though, but not great to hear about it 20 minutes before. Ding has to play near perfect to convert this to a win, considering Gukesh plays just below the best moves. Yeah, it's super drawish now. And I think what will be a real signal whether Gukesh is happy with the draw is if he plays knight to f1. If he plays knight to f1 here, then we might just see draw by threefold repetition like this. In fact, there are a couple of ways that this could end in a draw. You can even play bishop to g3 and have the same thing happen. But can they accept a draw by threefold repetition this early on? There's a question. Let's take a look. Someone mentioned in the chat yesterday that it needs to be past move 40 to accept a verbal agreement on a draw. But then the threefold draw agreements. I guess I could just ask ChatGPT. Let's do that. That's the easiest way. Can you offer a draw before move 40, the 2024 World Chess Championship? Question mark. No draw offers before move 40. Players are not allowed to offer a draw or agree to a draw before Black's 40th move unless the game reaches a draw by the rules, threefold repetition, 50 move rule, which doesn't make sense because it's before move 40, or stalemate. If a player wants to claim a draw before move 40, it has to be based on the objective rules of chess, such as threefold repetition. So yeah, you can draw by threefold repetition. All right, so we have bishop to g3 and immediately Ding jumps into b6. So we're not getting a draw by threefold repetition yet. Okay. So what about g5 now? Let's just play g5. H takes, knight takes, bishop to g4. Then knight to f1. I guess you want to try and get the knight in on to e3 and challenge this light square bishop. F6. And knight to e3. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so just saying you can take, but I'm going to capture a bishop. Rook to e8. Ooh, rook to e8 is very spicy. And then, wow. What's the idea here? Now you can no longer capture this bishop. Your knight is actually outright hanging after Black's played this. So you have to figure this out. You can actually play knight to e4. Wow. This is cool. All right, this is one interesting line that we've discovered. Let's take a look. Okay, interesting. Let's go to the big board for the analysis. Ding has just played knight to b6. Let's start off with white playing g5, takes, knight takes. And we'll play bishop to g4. Okay, so now really trying to get these pieces organized, maybe get some kind of attack going. Knight to f1, hoping to play knight to e3, attacking the bishop on g4. f6, attacking this knight, but now ignoring the fact that the knight's hanging, you play knight to e3, attacking the bishop, right? Say if you take, I'm going to capture back. But now Black can respond with rook to e8. And the possibility of capturing this bishop is no longer a thing because of the fact that your rook is hanging. So this knight is essentially pinned. And now the absolute shocker, which would be Very, very legit move. Let's see if I can find a way of responding to this.
Most impressive.
Is to jump in with this. Knight to e4. Knight to e4, just hanging your knight. But if you take back with a pawn, then that disrupts the concerns about this pin. And if you take with a rook, then you can just capture back with a bishop and then take. Pretty cool. Nice little line. But still the engine says equal. Depressingly. All right, back to the comments. I think it will be threefold repetition we looked at. Yeah, it doesn't seem that way right now, especially after Ding played knight to b6, but we might still, it's still possible to see draw by threefold repetition, but maybe a little less likely now. Threefold can happen at any time, I think you are absolutely correct, but verbal ones after move 41, got it. I don't think you can regulate a threefold. If it's forced, it's forced, yeah, for sure. Oh, that's true, actually. Yeah, it's like at any point of the game. Have you guys, if you want to see something hilarious, one of the craziest draws ever, it was played between Daniil Dubov and Jan Nepomniachtchi. It's called the Dance of the Knights. The most ridiculous opening where they just use their knights to kind of dance around the board, and then the position, I think, repeats 3 times along the way, and then they accepted a draw. But after that game, they got disqualified. That game got nullified because it was against the spirit of chess, which was quite interesting. But it was hilarious. It was pretty funny to watch, at least. So they got props for entertainment, but they did get into a little bit of trouble with FIDE, if I remember correctly. Okay, Vian wants to see a checkmate today from Gukesh. Go Gukesh! Yeah, let's hope so. And Vian, you and me both. That's what we all want. We want to see a checkmate on the board in a World Chess Championship. Unfortunately, nowadays, people resign very quickly. Oh man, it will be nice to see if we can set up some kind of checkmate. Let's see. Let's see if we can figure something out here that looks like a checkmate. Guess check. I mean, if you have the bishop over here, you got rid of this knight. It's even difficult to set up a mating threat here. Yeah, we'll keep an eye. Vian will keep an eye out for a mating threat. If we see one really exciting, I will be the first one to pull it up on the analysis board. I heard Dubov would have won the tournament if he gained that one. Really? Oh, now that I didn't know. That is so funny. Oh my gosh. Oh, that is so ridiculous. Are you serious? What on earth? I mean, I don't understand why players even consider stuff like that, knowing that there's the potential of this kind of thing happening. Just don't risk it. Play some Berlin and then draw by threefold repetition, and, you know, like, it's fine. Ridiculous. Completely unnecessary. Wow. Yeah, I think that's true. Jeez, that's insane. You think of how smart these guys are, and yet they're still capable of just making pretty stupid decisions. It's almost like there's a difference between like intellect and maturity. All right, let's set the analysis board up where we were and take a look at some other lines. Okay, we had this play out. All right, so this is it as it stands. Knight to b6. G5, that looks like the route to go. If you don't play G5, what about just jumping in with your knight? Knight to E5, right? Centralizing the knight. If bishop takes, rook takes, you don't want to take, well, you can take with the pawn, but rook takes is maybe a bit more natural. And now this knight's hanging. So the knight needs to find a square. Ooh, wow. Knight to D3. That's a surprise, because I would just think I can capture and then just pick up the pawn. Can I not? Oh, you can. Oh, this pawn's hanging. Okay, takes. Let me defend first. I play h3, and now I'm intending to play rook to e3 and capturing the pawn. But now bishop to d7. Oh, okay, and you kind of defend this way. So I bring the rook back, and you just play. Oh. That's so irritating. Yeah, you can jump in here. Attacking the rook and attacking the knight, and you are basically obligated to capture the knight. Takes, and then black restores the pawn structure, and now it's black who has the advantage, really. You have an advanced pawn that can't really be taken. And if white does one thing wrong, because here you can also like say, okay, I want to try and break these pawns down, play a move like b3, you just immediately respond with b5, takes. Especially with and you almost treat the bishop as a pawn, just like supporting this pawn chain. Wow. Okay, well, that's a little scary. I'm 100% sure that Gukesh will see that. Back to the players live, we are about to see a move. So g5 has been played. And the question is, what will the response be? All right, that is the last move that we've seen. Sorry, I'm a little bit delayed. H takes G, knight takes G5, bishop to G4 is the line that we calculated before. Knight to F1, F6, knight to E3. This is all within what we explored, and then rook to E8. Knight to E4, D takes, knight takes G4, and we didn't go any further than this. So here, F5 could be played, saying, what are you going to do with your knight? Knight just moves back. And attacking the F5 pawn, so you defend with G6. And yeah, maybe in this position, it's actually preferable for black. You have a pretty bad bishop for the time being. Seems like a little bit of work to be done. So A4, A5, F3, E takes, and then I guess king to F2 would be the way to try and solve this. Knight to D3 check, takes, king. Wait. Bishop takes G3 first. Okay, so black actually wants to start with bishop takes 3, H takes, and then rook to A1 because your pawn's hanging. So interestingly, if you capture C takes D, bishop takes D6. All right, let's just take a look at this. C takes D3, and then, of course, your bishop's hanging. So you have to start off with capturing with check. That makes sense. I was wondering why that didn't work. And then taking. Okay, that I get. Then rook to A1 to prevent the A4 pawn from hanging, and everything's equal. Even though black's up a pawn here, you're going to be able to capture one, if not two of these pawns. And it'll be fine. Rook to A1. Rook to C8, and then you just capture on F3. I think this line is interesting because it's possible that Gukesh will end up one pawn up, but it won't really matter. But we might get a very long endgame where he's trying to convert a pawn up with white pieces if we see this. Takes. That is a very long way out. And I can tell you right now, knowing Gukesh and that he's so good at this stuff, he's spending a lot of time calculating in depth. Once you get to a position like this, a lot of the pieces are off the board. It's possible for these players to calculate 10, 15, 20 moves with exceptional accuracy. So it might be the case that Gukesh is going deep into the future, trying to find some way of getting an advantage here. Okay, so we have takes, and we're waiting on Ding to make a move for the black pieces. All right, Kanish says, well, I have to go and attend my online class. I'll join again after it ends. Awesome, good luck. How old were you when you started playing chess? I actually started learning. My uncle taught me. I think my parents also taught me when I was probably about, I don't know, 7, 8, 9, around there. But I didn't play much. I only played like maybe 2 or 3 times a year, where my uncle would come down and we'd play a game. And I wasn't hugely interested in it. I started playing regularly when I was about 19. So I'm 33 now, so yeah, 14 years ago. And when I first started, I was around 800. I picked the game up like reasonably quickly. I kind of understood how the basic strategy. So yeah, around 800 when I started. I only played Blitz. I didn't play any standard chess. And then I just played regularly for the last 13, 14 years. It's like been my hobby. And then a few years ago, I kind of got to the point where I was like, oh, I'm probably good enough to do a little bit of commentary and see if I can play the YouTube game. And yeah, that was around the time where I got to 2000 for the first time. And I've been hovering around 2000 since. It's difficult to get much beyond that without really studying a lot. But then, yeah, I just started creating content. I've done some other YouTube channels before, and I just wanted to do like a little passion project. And yeah, so I started Blitz Breakdown Chess, and I've been doing content ever since, I guess. Cash started when he was 13. We do have a move on the board. Let's jump into it. Well, that's good. 13. You've got a lot of potential. I was 11 when I did. Went to a tournament, drawed my first game, lost the second, cried and left chess. Now I'm 18. Yeah, that is often the case. You don't forget that first bad loss. Man, it hurts. It really stings. But that is the beauty of chess, is that it is completely possible to lose. That's what makes it exciting and worth playing. All right, so the last move by Ding was bishop to d7. And interestingly enough, we didn't really spend much time looking at this move. Bishop to g4 we looked at. g6 was another possibility, but bishop to d7 was the move that was played on the board. And now knight to f1 is still a very natural move. But here we're seeing all zeros from the engine. Why knight to f1? So that we can reroute the knights to e3, even though the bishop isn't here, so we don't really have a target in terms of something to attack. This is still a good move. It places the knight on a better square. If you think of how well the knight is placed on d2 in comparison to how well the knight is placed on e3, it's a big difference. The knight on d2, what squares are available? Okay, you can go to f3, but then you're kind of... Actually, f3 might be just a massive blunder. Yeah. Here, if you play knight to f3, this is very bad because it walks into f6, and I think you're pretty close to getting trapped. Okay, no, not quite. You can capture first. You would like to retreat, but of course this is being attacked by 2 different pieces. So you have to remove one of them. Bishop takes, and then knight to e6 check takes, and then you can capture back with the rook. Okay, so there's a way of escaping, but the engine seems to think that this is actually worse for white. This isn't a good idea. And that's why, yeah, it makes sense to reroute the knight to e3. Much better square, putting pressure on the d5 pawn. That's, of course, being defended twice, but if you think about this move, let's play bishop to d7, knight to f1, let's say bishop to c7. Okay, and now you play knight to e3, which you'd like to do. There is a threat here in this position for white. White is threatening, well, maybe not right now, but at some point, if this knight ever moves, you can capture on f4, and after the bishop takes, you can take on d5 by removing the defender. All right, so instead of that, after bishop to d7, Gukesh opts to just bring the knight back, which I don't quite get. I don't quite get why you do that. surely it's better to leave the knight on g5, and if, for example, black says, okay, I want to kick this knight, and you kind of provoke f6, then you've created a little bit more of a weakness in terms of these pawns, especially with the bishop, potentially, obviously the knight's here, but at some point potentially jumping into g6. I would just leave this knight here and yeah, go about rerouting the knight to e3, and if at any point black does decide to play f6, then you just come back. And is there much concern here? Say you play, I mean, can you just play f6 now? Yeah, knight to f3, you just move back. It's not a big deal. Rook to e8. You can either exchange rooks, or you can just jump in with knight to e3 now. But yeah, still not maybe that meaningful. A little bit of an edge for black. Okay. b3, but now white bishop is so strong, and plus rook joins the game. Yeah, absolutely. White bishop's very, very powerful. Rook's looking good. I started 3 years ago when I was 28. WTF. Absolutely never too late to start playing chess. You know, before I still do, but before I was taking the YouTube stuff seriously, I taught guitar, and the number of adult students that I had come in that were always asking the same question: am I too old to start? And there would be a lot of parents in their late 30s, early 40s. And in some instances, I remember teaching a dentist. He was in his mid 70s when he started classical guitar lessons. So he could play a couple of chords, but he wanted to specifically learn classical guitar, which is much more technical and challenging. And I was continually amazed at how well these guys progressed. And it was just because of the fact that they were so passionate about it, and they spent a lot of their time practicing just as a way of, just because they enjoyed it. And I think a lot of people feel that way about chess. They'll sit down after a long day, and it's not a stressful thing for them. It's something that they actually just enjoy. And you do make progress very quickly when you're passionate about something, because you're enjoying the learning process. It's not like a drag. It's something that you enjoy. I think Gukesh played knight to f3 because he's planning on b3, and after he can place the knight to e5, I think. Yeah. Yeah, okay, that's probably true. That's probably true, but I feel like this would be true later on anyway. So, okay, so let's take a look at this b3 idea, because that's maybe... The one thing I would say that I might be just slightly discouraged about playing b3 now is because if we have rook to c8, look at this pawn. The c3 pawn becomes our weakness in the same way that black's back pawn, the d5 pawn, is potentially somewhat of a weakness. I feel like before b3, we need to start creating some threats of our own, specifically this little knight maneuver. Putting pressure on d5, it's nice counterplay, and then maybe finding a way to defend the c3 pawn before pushing b3. b3 also creates some other weaknesses, for example, allowing the bishop to infiltrate and potentially playing bishop to a3, bishop to b2, attacking the weak c3 pawn, which we need to keep an eye on. It's never too late, but it helps being younger than 40. Passion matters the most, though. Absolutely. I mean, well, just think of it. Think of it from this perspective, right? So I obviously enjoyed the process of improving and getting to 2000, which, you know, I'm grateful for. I have like a much better understanding of the game of chess than I did when I was 19. But what meaningful impact does it have on like the world of chess? Like whether I'm 2000 or 1500 or 1000, like it only really matters when you get to the elite level, that you're like competitive and maybe you can provide some really groundbreaking input into the world of chess. So that's where it says, okay, well, if it's not that, then why are you doing it? And then it's because of the fact that you enjoy it. You're passionate about it. You like the chess community. There's a number of reasons. And I think that should be enough. If that's not enough, then you're probably doing it for the wrong reasons. To attack the white bishop plus black knight would be blocked because there's a pawn on d4 which blocks the knight. Yeah. Okay, but just to illustrate some of the problems here, if we go to the analysis board here. So there are some issues with b3. Let's say rook to c8. This even further discourages. Okay, we do have a move. Let me shut up and let's take a look at the move. The last move with white was knight to f3, and Ding has just played rook to e8, challenging the rook on e1. Ding offering an exchange of rooks, which we can accept if we're playing with white. Takes, bishop takes, I guess. King takes is fine too. Doesn't really matter how you capture, just matters that you do capture, not that you don't, not that you have a choice. you have to capture. And now knight to e5. So knight to e5, I think that was a suggestion by Unknown Monster at some point, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, knight to e5 is a great move, centralizing that knight. You are allowing knight to e2 check, attacking both the king and the bishop at the same time. I'm going to capture on g3. I'm going to take with the h pawn, and now I guess having the bishop pair, it really doesn't matter all that much now. Not according to the engine, at least. But it could create some complications down the line. So let's see. Knight to c8, wanting to reroute the knight. Presumably through e7. All right, we are going to see a response now from Gukesh. Let's see if he does indeed decide to get the rooks off the board. Man, I hate whenever Ding gets any slight advantage, he throws it away, basically saying, without speaking, let's do a draw. All right, we do have a move on the board. One that I'm not sure we were quite expecting. All right, knight to e4, bishop takes, and now we're expecting quite possibly rook takes on the board. Anything other than rook takes is going to result in a significant advantage going to Ding. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Guys, we have our first significant blunder of the game. Maybe not a blunder, but definitely a mistake. Definitely a mistake. And the mistake was capturing with the pawn. Ding playing quickly now. Things getting spicy. All right. It is Ding with the black pieces who has an advantage. He's found the only winning line for black, and that is to play knight to d3. Let's take a look at what's going on here. This is tricky. Knight to d3. Okay, so you're going to capture. Takes, takes. And black has these doubled isolated pawns. But now let's try bishop to f4. Okay, bishop to f4 we'll start with. Rook to c8. Okay. All right, knight to f3. Let's just continue this line. I mean, it just seems so strange that black can be doing well here, but I guess maybe part of the... Okay, let's try knight to c4. Knight to c4, b3. Whoa. Bishop to g4, attacking your knight. If you capture, then I'm going to capture back. King to g2, defending the knight, knight to a3. Whoa, this is starting to get quite scary. And now I see why the advantage is given. I see why the advantage is given. Bishop to d2. Okay, you're trying to hold on to this pawn. Knight to c2. And suddenly this knight has gone from basically doing nothing to having an extraordinary outpost as a result of this pawn on d3. Whoa. This is scary. I think what happened is Gukesh just thought this move isn't a thing. I think he might have missed knight to d3. And I think the reason why he missed it, he probably just thinks, well, you know, it's too much. It's too much. If I take, and black has these doubled, isolated pawns, it's going to be very difficult for black to make these count. I'm going to be able to certainly put pressure on one of them and possibly be up a pawn in an endgame. But it seems that Ding has calculated all of this. Wow. We looked at a similar line before, and I guess we were saying, okay, can we try and play like rook to e3 and capture this pawn? But it just doesn't work. Bishop to f5, defending the pawn, rook to e1, you just move back. You actually can't really pick off this pawn because of the fact that black is equipped with a light square bishop to defend it. And weirdly, it's not so much of a weakness as it is a strength now, especially with the knight coming in to c4. The rook playing rook to c8, putting pressure on the c3 pawn if you choose to play b3. Oh. All right. We now have the situation where Gukesh is probably going to be hoping for a draw in this position. And all he had to do to avoid all of these complications is take with the rook. Because if rook takes e5, pawn takes e5, now the best that black can play is knight to e2. Oh, king to f1, sorry. And then captures. Takes. And then things just kind of fizzle out into a draw. But by allowing this counterplay, allowing the move knight to d3, black has some long-term prospects about rerouting this knight, getting some serious activity with his pieces. And I mean, it's going to be difficult to see exactly how that'll affect the game, but things are looking a bit tricky for Gukesh right now. Lots of mms in the chat. I guess I'll throw in my mms as well. I think there's still a lot to play for. I mean, but this is a very, very clear advantage for black. And I guess the question is, how exactly can black exploit this misstep from Gukesh? And for the time being, it doesn't look like it's material. It's more just positionally black is doing better because of the fact that white is unable to pick off the d3 pawn immediately. And it feels like if, for example, we have something like knight to c4 and you have an exchange, you have these two advanced pawns now, then black has a little bit of a plan. Black is saying, all right, I'm going to get a pawn chain going. So we have this kind of situation. And I'm going to try and see if I can, at some point, get the pieces off the board, maybe bring my king into the game and give myself a chance of promoting one of these advanced pawns. I'm very curious to see what Polymarket says. Let's take a look. I mean, do you have to take that knight? Is that the only move? Might be. Everything else is not great. Rook to b1. I mean, the knight is attacking the b2 pawn. So this would be the only other real option apart from taking. It just feels so sketchy allowing this knight just to hang out here. And also if you play rook to b1, isn't this pawn just hanging? Yeah, you can capture. So no, I think Gukesh is coming to terms with the fact that he's actually just walked into a little bit of a trap. And the only way forward is to take the knight on d3 and to do his best to try and defend this position. Let's play a couple of more moves to just see where this might end up. Let's say, okay, let's start off with f3. F3, I guess the idea of preventing a move like bishop to g4. So instead, the bishop comes to f5, defending the d3 pawn, and then king to f2, rook to c8, king to e3. Whoa. Knight to c4 check, knight takes c4 takes, and then this is, I guess, part of the problem is just we're going to see this massive pawn chain. Still, not super straightforward for black, but it's clear that black is the one who has the initiative, who has the advantage with this pawn just being 2 squares away from promotion. Obviously, the rook's on the first rank, so you've got plenty of firepower to defend for the time being, but things could get complicated. Bishop to h3 is possible now. Oh yeah, absolutely, bishop to h3. Oh, this is a little scary. Ignoring the evaluation bar, do you get any sense that Gukesh is getting slowly outplayed? Honestly, if it weren't for, I'll be like 100% honest. If it weren't for the evaluation bar, I would not think that black is doing particularly great here, because I would just be like, well, got doubled pawns. If I didn't see the next few moves, specifically this move knight to c4, that almost forces you to iron out black's pawns. If I hadn't seen that, then I would say, well, like, this is tricky. I mean, I'm just going to do everything I can to avoid that exchange. But the problem is that these pawns are actually super weak, and you can't chase the knight away by playing a move like b3, because it further weakens the c3 pawn. And if the rook is on c8, later down the line, this is going to become another weakness. So it's more of a longer term thing. But yeah, I think now it's going to be the case that Gukesh is going to be struggling to try and hold this one just to a draw. I mean, that's basically it. That's what I would be expecting. So let's take a look at Polymarket and see if Polymarket's reacted. I imagine it would. We might see a big jump in the odds on Ding. Yep, we do. That's exactly what we see. Suddenly, Ding has gone from 28% to 40% chance of winning the overall World Chess Championship for 2024. Scary times for Gukesh fans, but don't count him out yet. One thing that we know about Gukesh is that he's great at calculating. The only issue is that I am very, very sure with the speed at which Ding played knight to d3 and the time that it's taken since for Gukesh to reply, that he really wasn't expecting knight to d3. I think he just missed it outright, if I'm honest. And I would have missed this move too. Just looks very counterintuitive. Putting the knight here, well, I'm just going to take. You've got doubled isolated pawns, no problem. But there is a problem. What I'd like to do now is actually do a bit of a long calculation to see if what it might actually materialize in terms of heading into an endgame. How does this advantage, we see this with Carlsen. He gets like a little crack, little foot in the door in terms of an advantage, and then he prizes it open, very engine-like. So if we put the engine up to the task of trying to take this little gap in the door and open that door, what would it look like? So let's play, just for argument's sake, takes. Let's say bishop to f4. Let's not say bishop to f4. Let's say f3. We'll put the bishop on f5. king to f2. We'll play out this line because this is what we looked at before. Knight to c4. Let's say takes. King to e3. Rook to e6. Okay. King to f4. Wow. And then g6. All right, this is what the engine wants to do. It wants to try and march this king forward to get some counterplay with the king. Bishop to f2. Okay, just moving the bishop back. Rook to a6. a3. King to e7. h4. King to e6. Engine's doing a little bit of thinking. All right, let's play rook to h1. Rook to a5. I guess bishop to d4. Rook to d5. We might see a situation where there are a lot of accurate moves that are required. But things starting to get a little bit tricky. Okay, king to e3. Let's just move back with our king. Rook to b5. Guess rook to h2. Keeping an eye on that pawn. b6. b6. King to f4. Oof. Okay, we have a move on the board. Let's jump back. We'll continue that line with the analysis and see if we can find something concrete. All right, Gukesh deciding he must capture this knight. He can't play a move like rook to b1. We might see the next couple of moves coming somewhat quickly from Gukesh because of the fact that he would have calculated probably quite in depth. I could be wrong though. He might take a little bit more time here. All right, we'll keep an eye on the live board for sure. Let's just continue with this little procedure here. The procedure. All right, rook to a5. Rook to h1. A little bit of repetitive stuff happening here. You're just going to move back. Let's try rook to d5. Okay. King to e3. Where does black's advantage actually come from here? To d8, to h1, d2. Wow, just allowing king takes? Really? d3. Are you Okay, let's try f4 first. Oh, this is even worse because it allows bishop to e4. All right, so this pawn needs to stay here, just guarding the squares of the bishop. All right, let's play bishop to f2 first. Oh, this also hangs the pawn. So can you not just play something like this? Oh, g5. Uh-oh. Okay. All right. I think I have an idea in an abstract sense why this is so dangerous for white. Here's my explanation. Took me a while, but here's my explanation. Because of the fact that we've got these advanced pawns, right? Black is able to press because black's not really responsible for worrying about any meaningful pawn breaks and threats. White, on the other hand, does have a responsibility in terms of this king not advancing too far out of its comfort zone because of the fact that it needs to keep an eye on this pawn break. And as such, this kind of imbalance can probably manifest in many ways going into an endgame, but it just means that white is slightly more tied down because of these advanced pawns, in a nutshell. The rook, the king, they kind of need to be keeping an eye on this potential pawn break. So they can't go doing what black's king is doing, coming forward, playing aggressively, trying to put pressure on white. And this imbalance has some long-term effects. So in this position that I just looked at here, it results in a situation where the rook ends up putting pressure on the h file. And if, for example, you just play a nothing move, you play rook to h2, suddenly black has the opportunity to put even more pressure and pick up another or just one pawn. The material's even. This is my sense, but I could be wrong. We might see this sort of appear in a different way, but anyway, back to the game as it stands. Gukesh has played f3. Okay, f3. It should also be mentioned that, like, I'm using a whole bunch of engine lines, and Ding and Gukesh, they aren't engines, but this might be a game where it's possible to find a lot of accurate moves in a row. Just looking at the top moves, a lot of them are all giving an advantage for black. So it's not a situation where there's like, oh, there's only one good move and black has one opportunity to find it. It's like there's a bunch of good moves that maintain an advantage for black. All right, this is probably a good opportunity for us to play our game, which I'm quite keen for. Yeah, the dynamics definitely changed. It's definitely changed. If we could go back a few moves, I think Gukesh would love to kind of have an opportunity to accept a draw by threefold repetition. It's incredible how quickly things change. All right, guys, let's head over to okay, let's leave the board up for now, and then I will set up another poll, and you have to tell me, who do you think this silhouette is? Okay, let's jump into our poll. Question. Who do you see? Question. Alexander Grishuk. Hopefully I'm spelling these people's names right. Gotham Chess. All right, here's our new poll. I'll give you guys the silhouette shortly. All right, there you go. All vote now. Is this A, Alexander Grishuk, B, Levy, Gotham Chess, Hans Niemann, or Vladimir Kramnik? Let's see if you can tell me. Who is it that you see? All right. So the premium move for Ding to find here is to play bishop to f5. Also quite a natural move. Now that you've got this isolated pawn, it makes the most amount of sense to defend it. You can do it a number of ways. But instead, interestingly enough, there we have Ding making the move. He actually immediately opts for knight to c4, which also makes a lot of sense. And remember, this is the point that if white chooses to capture that knight, there are going to be some long-term consequences because of the fact that you're going to be ironing out black's pawn structure. It's going to be in an advanced position, just 2 moves away from promotion. And it's going to be very, very difficult to defend those 2 pawns while black is shuffling their pieces around and basically just making continual improvements. Okay, we have a couple of people in the chats. A lot of people saying Levy. Don't read too much into their facial expressions. Can be misleading, but maybe it's because I'm slightly on the autism spectrum. Yeah, facial expressions are they can be misleading. They can definitely be misleading. That was one of the questions they asked in the press conference that we looked at the beginning of the stream, which was interesting. I think they were talking about poker faces, and that's that idea like that if you blunder, you make a terrible move, that you need to try not give away the fact that you just made a catastrophic move, and just try and broadcast to your opponent that everything is part of the plan. And both of these players are pretty stoic when it comes to their expression. I think the most that we see is maybe a little bit of like agitation, a little bit of movement. We have seen this exchange. I feel like Gukesh just basically feels obligated to take here. And now we have these incredibly strong pawns. One on c4, one on d3. And very confidently, interesting, very confidently, Gukesh plays rook to e4. Rook to e4, putting pressure on the c4 pawn. And there's a number of ways of defending. You can just simply play rook to c8. Rook to c8. Just defending this pawn. But I think, I see the point. And maybe this might be a way for Gukesh to hold on here. I actually didn't see this. I think the point of playing rook to e4 is actually so that he can play rook to d4. And what do you do? If you play rook to d4, how can you actually get rid of the rook on d4? White is under no obligation to move that rook from d4. And once you play rook to d4, then the threat of, for example, d2, d1 promotion, that is pretty much nullified. Yeah, rook to d4. Let's say bishop to e6. This bishop can never challenge the rook on d4 because of the fact that it's the wrong color bishop. And this rook can basically stay there. You can say we can exchange rooks, but then if we exchange rooks, white also gives up, black gives up the advantage. This is actually really interesting. This might be a very practical way, even though the engine says, no, this isn't that great. This is quite a practical way of saying, okay, you have this pass pawn, but it's not going anywhere. You're not going to win the game by promoting this pawn at all. You're going to have to find another way with the black pieces to capitalize on your advantage. The engine seems to think, yes, there's still an advantage to be capitalized on. But one thing that white is saying for sure, it's not going to be this d pawn. Okay, what about bishop to f5? Well, it's the same thing. Okay, you play bishop to f5. Say you play bishop. Well, you can't play bishop to f. Ooh, can you? No, you can't play. Well, let's try bishop to f5. But can you not just capture this? No. Oh yeah, rook takes c4 is a catastrophic blunder because I think it just allows rook to d8, and then you can no longer prevent this pawn from promoting. So instead, you just play rook to d4 immediately. Yeah, this c4 pawn is uncapturable. And yeah, just to illustrate why, if you take the pawn on c4, you just have rook to d8. Rook to d8 loses on the spot. And now you can no longer play rook to d4 because, you know, after takes, this pawn moves, and it's one move away from promoting. So that's a little bit, but yeah, that's an easy line to calculate. So instead, you're not going to capture the pawn on c4. You just play rook to d4, and basically telling your opponent, I have no interest of moving this rook. I'm just going to leave the rook there. You can do whatever you want. You can get a pawn storm going. You can bring your king out, yada, yada, yada. I'm just going to leave the rook there. And apparently the engine still thinks that black is doing really well here. Rook to c8, bishop to f2, king to g8. Maybe the threat is this king starting to come down the board, but even then, like, the rook's actually just preventing the king from infiltrating too far. I mean, it's actually so well placed. I think in practical terms, I kind of changed my tune. After seeing rook to d4, I feel like Gukesh is going to be able to hold this. But I could be wrong. Okay, let's see. A couple of comments. Did you notice knight to c4 was not liked by the engine at first, but when given a bit of time was considered the best move? Knight to c4. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely, that's true. After f3, you're spot on. The engine was kind of playing with other moves like bishop to f5, maybe knight to knight to a4. But once it spent a little bit of time considering knight to c4, I think... Oh. Now that I didn't calculate. Okay, so knight to d4, bishop takes f3, king to f2, attacking the bishop, bishop to h5, but now, can you not... Okay, so I guess the threat is that you still can't... You can't capture... Okay, let's head over to the players. We've got a couple of moves on the board. Let's see them live. I didn't calculate this. I didn't realize that it's actually possible to pick up the f3 pawn. But still, with the pieces arranged as they are, even though black is up a pawn, if black chooses to capture the f3 pawn, yeah. All right, well, one thing's for sure is we're going to see a long game. We're going to see a long game, for sure. We're on move 30. Both players have 10 moves to get to move 40, and then we get an additional hour. But I feel like this is going to be a bit of a grind fest. Okay, so I guess Ding, considering, does he just capture that pawn? Is that even the best move? Yeah, it is. Bishop takes f3 is the best move. But as the engine's sitting with this, it's not an enormous advantage. So bishop takes f3, king to f2, bishop to h5, and then king to e3. And I guess the point is, I suppose you're threatening to capture this pawn now. Yeah, okay, so that's why the engine wants b5. So if you do something else, let's just say you make like a non-move, like a king move. You can now actually capture on c4. And because the king is here guarding this pawn push, and also it's close enough to be able to defend this pawn from promotion, it's actually black who has a disadvantage in this position. So you want to defend this pawn now because it's hanging out, right? So you play b5, and now you can actually play b3 and start trying to break down this pawn structure. Say takes, and maybe there's some options for black to go hunting. The one problem with this position is that white doesn't have counterplay. White is doing a good job of defending, but you don't really have a huge amount of counterplay here. Okay, oh, actually, I changed my mind. Maybe you do. Oh, you can just play g6. Oh, then you just move back, rook to d4. To e7. Yeah, still scary. Still more scary for white than for black. Really expecting Ding to capture the pawn on f3. I think this is kind of obligatory. Apparently f6 is also an option. You can play f6. And then just support it by playing f4. g5. Wow. That's pretty incredible. Rook to d6. King to g8. And it's important to note here that you have to be very careful because of the fact that the same possibilities around this pawn getting pushed and promoted if, for example, you take here, big problems because still rook to d8 is a threat supporting this pawn push. And you don't really have any time to deal with that. You're going to sacrifice your bishop basically and then lose in the endgame. This is complicated though, and doesn't feel very human in terms of finding these moves. A much easier line is just to capture. And the engine thinks this is good. B takes f3. Yeah, bishop takes f3. That's what we're looking at. Okay, let's head over back to our silhouette. Let's see if you can tell me, who is this? So far, 5 votes. How well do you know the world of chess? I mean, it could be Kramnik, right? Is this just a complete softball? Everyone said Gotham chess. I mean, is it that easy? Have I done a little bit of Photoshop wizardry? I am very good at Photoshop. Not Photoshop necessarily, but at editing pictures. I could have taken a picture of Kramnik or of Grishik and just slapped glasses on their face. You'll only know once I give you the answer. All right, so the move that we expected, bishop takes f3. It's coming. We're about to see it on the board. Ding winding up, and he goes for it. He captures. Gukesh writes down, bishop takes f3. And he snaps off the next move, just stepping forward with his king. King to f2, challenging that bishop, and the bishop immediately retreating back to from whence it came to c6. What? Oh my goodness. Now you can capture on c4. You can capture on c4. Why didn't he play bishop to h5? Bishop to h5 is so much better. Bishop to h5, it's like supporting this pass pawn in order to promote it. Why didn't he do that? That is so weird. Why does he just go back? Because now you just capture, right? f6. Rook back to d4. This is weird. Just allowing this captures. What about takes? And then rook takes d3. And now you're basically exchanging one pass pawn for another. But this one has a lot more work to do than the d3 pawn. And this is completely equal. Whoa. Whoa. If we can find... Oh, he finds it. He finds rook takes c4. Okay, guys. It looks like the threat of this d pawn doing some serious damage, it's just fizzled. That's the best word that we can say. It's fizzled. And now it's a little too late. After captures, the rook just comes back. Comes back to d4, no problem. Rook to d4. Rook takes d4. C takes d. And then king to e7. And then I guess you just play king to e3. You defend by bishop to... Bishop to d5. b3, because you don't want to hang your... And then b6. And then you just take. You just take on d3. And now it's actually Gukesh who's up a pawn. What? It looks like it's going to be Gukesh who's up a pawn. I mean, it's still completely equal. It's very difficult to make that pawn count for anything, but honestly, this game has basically just been like Gukesh dodging bullets. There we go. Little matrix action for you. Since today's thumbnail was the matrix, and I think it was actually more appropriate that today was the matrix than anything else, because it has been the case that Gukesh has been like Neo dodging bullets in slow motion. You love to see it. Well, I'm very happy about that. Sorry to the Ding supporters. It looks like Ding's attack has fizzled somewhat. He missed the fact that maintaining an advantage with bishop to h5 would have been the way to go. Sorry, let's just get this up. Okay, so king steps forward to f2, and now bishop to h5, which stays on this diagonal, and very much discourages black from taking on c4. Take on c4, absolute train wreck, because you can immediately push the pawn and promote. And it basically ties this rook down to d4, even though the rook being on d4, as we already discussed, is a great square for the rook. It's super central, but because of the fact that it can't capture the c4 pawn, it makes white's position much more vulnerable. I kind of don't understand what Ding was thinking. I don't understand why you would go back when this bishop can be so much stronger on this diagonal. Over my head. All right, we have a few more moves. Let's jump back to the players. Nice overhead shots. Captures is not so easy line because after king to f2, only move that maintains an advantage is bishop to h5. Yeah, I get that, but I don't think it's that hard to find, to be honest. Yeah, I just think it's the only square on this diagonal that eyeballs the d1 square, which makes it a lot easier to find. I don't know why you would just move the bishop back. But look, I can understand after such a long game that it becomes very, very taxing and difficult. But the engine line after that point is on the board. And what we're expecting to see is king to e3 and then king captures on d3. And now what I'm expecting is for Gukesh, who's up a pawn, to start trying to see if there's a way to make this pawn count for something. G6 is on the board, just a few moves away from reaching 40 moves. This is actually turning into somewhat of an exciting game. All right, we're on move 36 now. Mostly equal. But in terms of material, it is Gukesh who has that extra pawn. As I said, the advantage is lost now. Then you are cheating. We all are, but the idea is the promotion square being supported. Yeah, for sure. Ding is too passive, man, and was defensive, but not, quote, passive, end quote. All right, so Gukesh moving his king to c3. The players are actually blitzing out moves now. This is turning into a little bit of a blitz type situation. It might be the case that we see a couple of repetitive moves. Or yeah, I think we might be seeing a draw here. And even though Gukesh is up a pawn, he's happy with the draw because of the absolute shock of realizing that it's very possible he could have lost this game. The players shake hands. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a wrap for today. Wow. Although it was a draw, it was pretty up and down. What do you guys think about that one? That is wild. Wild. All right. Players signing the score sheets. Membrane Potential says, time to go home and eat some gulab jamun. Sounds good. I don't know what that is, but it sounds good. Ding rushed his decision. He could have taken some time in critical positions too. He thinks a lot in trivial scenarios, but doesn't think when needed. That is a very good observation, and I think the speed at which he played bishop to c6 was an indication of that was the moment. He had plenty of time on the clock. He needed to see, and he needed to try and find bishop to h5. Wow. Guys, we have a draw on the board by threefold repetition, just short, or actually maybe just after move 40. Let's take a look. Move 41. And Gukesh was up a pawn, but I think considering the fact that positionally he was in maybe not hugely worse, but definitely in a worse position with the white pieces, it was Ding who unfortunately gave up that advantage by not finding the move bishop to h5. Bishop to h5, which would have allowed the bishop to eyeball the d1 square, and with his pawn being on d3, just a few moves away from promotion, that would have given him a, not necessarily a decisive advantage, but definitely something to play for the black pieces. Fortunately, he just retreated his bishop back to c6, and a couple of accurate moves later by Gukesh, we have a draw. Daniel Victor, as a Ding fan, I'm so relieved. Yeah, I think, you know, the truth of the matter is that Gukesh might have been inclined to carry on playing, being up a pawn, but in this situation, you can see what the engine says. It just thinks that that pawn really doesn't count for anything. It's going to be very difficult to realize that advantage, and a draw by threefold repetition was the way to go. So we do have equality now. Let's take a look at what Polymarket says after that draw. It was definitely jumping around very massively. Okay, so it was down to 28%, and after a draw, it has jumped up in Ding's favor slightly. Instead of being 28% chance of winning the overall championship, now it's up to 32%. So that game definitely did benefit Ding. I think he can take a lot of courage knowing, or a lot of confidence is the word I was after, knowing that he had an edge with the black pieces, and more importantly, it was kind of a risk-free edge that even though it kind of fizzled towards the end there, he was the one who was putting Gukesh under pressure. Yeah, guys, I think that was actually a pretty exciting game. I know it was another draw, but I really enjoyed that one. Enjoyed looking at some of the lines with you and learning a little bit more about chess together. Thanks so much for watching. I will be live streaming again tomorrow. And I need to now spend a bit of time finding some food and thinking about thumbnails. So that's going to be on the cards for me. Wherever you are in the world, I hope you have a very relaxing end to your day. And I will see you guys all tomorrow. Have a good one. And thanks for watching, everyone. Bye. Thanks, guys. Thanks, everyone. See ya tomorrow. Oh, yeah, I can do that. I always forget the reaction thing. Woo! Let's go! I'll bring the energy tomorrow. Hundreds. Nice. You guys all great. Good luck with whatever it is you've got going on. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Bye, everyone.